Shanti. Bow to the rice. Iti swasti vachanam. Sprinkle on the pedi. Iti swasti vachanam. Invoke the presence of Mahalakshmi Mata now. Please light the diya in front of you. Om Shubham Bhavatu Kalyanam Arogyam Sukha Sampara Mama Shatru Vinashaya Deepa Jyotir Namosate Deepa Jyotir Parabrahma Deepa Jyotir Janardana Deepo Me Harato Papo Deepa Jyotir Namostate. Place some flowers around the diya. Om Mahalakshmi Cha Vidmahe Vishnu Patni Cha Dhimahi Tanno Lakshmi Prachodayat. Take blessings 3 times. Shubham Bhavatu Kalyana Bhavatu Mangalam Bhavatu. Bole Shri Mahalakshmi Mata Ki Jai. Take some flowers in your hands. Now we perform Ganapati Bhagwan Pujan. Ganeshji is the remover of all obstacles. He is called Ekadant, the one with one tusk. Ganeshji teaches us that when he sacrifices his one tusk, he uses that to write the Mahabharata. He shows us the importance that he makes, that he places on knowledge. And when Ganeshji places that importance on knowledge and learning, then we can remove any obstacles that are in our path because we know what the right step is to take in life. We ask Ganeshji for this blessing today of knowledge, intellect, and to remove any obstacles in our puja. Om Gam Ganeshaya Vidmahe Vakratundaya Dhimahi Tanno Danti Prachodayat Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirviganam Kurume Deva Sarvakarishu Sarvada. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Bole Shri Ganapati Bhagwan Ki Jai. Offer your flowers to Ganeshji. Take some rice and place it at his feet. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Avahanam Samarpayami Namaha Gum. Again. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami Namaha Gum. Wash his feet. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Padayo Padayami Namaha Gum. His hands. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Hastayo Hastayami Namaha Gum. Give him some water to drink. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Mukha Achmanyam Samarpayami Namaha Gum. And bathe him from his head. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Divya Snanam Samarpayami Namaha Gum. Milk, Panchamrit. Om Paya Pritavyam Paya Oshadhisho Payo Divyantarikshe Payo Daha Payaswati Pradisha Santu Mahyam Payasnanam Samarpayami Namaha Gum. Wash him off with some more water. Om Gange Yamane Chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmada Sindhu Kaveri Chalyasmin Sanidim Kuru. And make sure he's dry and remove the thali of water. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaham. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaham. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Snanam Samarpayami Namaha Gum. Place him down. Ramyam Sushobharam Divyam Sarvasokyakaram Shubham Asanam Cha Maya Dattam Grahana Parameshwara. Place the red thread around him. Om Yena Baddho Bhaliraja Danavindro Mahabalam Tena Tvam Patipadnami Rakche Machalam. Om Gam Ganapate Nama Rakshasatam Samarpayami Namaha Gum. Some chandan and sandur. Om Shri Kanda Chandanam Divyam Gandhyadhyam Sumanoharam Vilepanam Surasreshtaha Chandanam Pratigrihitam Gandhadvara Duradarsha Nityapushta Karishinim Ishwarigam Sarvabhutanam Tamiho Pakveshriyam. Some flowers. Om Malyadini Sugandhini Malatyadini Vai Prabho Mayaritani Pujartam Pushpani Pratigrihitam. You have agabati? Dub grass as well. Put some dub grass first. Om Gam Ganapataye Namah. Om Gam Ganapataye Namah Patram Samarpayami Namah. Light your Agabati and offer 3 times. Vanaspati Rasodbhuto Gandhyadhyo Gandha Uttama Agrya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrhetam. Om Gam Ganapataye Namah Dhupam Samarpayami Namah. Your arti. Sajam Chavarti Sanyuktam Vahina Yujatam Maya Deepam Grahana Devesha Trailokyam Timirapam. Om Gam Ganapate Namaha Deepam Darshayami Namaha. Some fruits. Sharkara Kandaka Dhyani Darikshirangratani cha Aharam Bhaksha Bhojam cha Naivedyam Pratigretam. Om Gam Ganapate Nama Naivedyam Samarpayami Namaha. The palm leaf, that palm leaf with clove and elaichi. Om Pungi Palam Mahadivyam Nagabale Daleritam Eladichuna Sanyuktam Tambulam Pratigrehitam. Om Gam Ganapate Nama Tambulam Samarpayami Namaha. Dakshna. Om Hiranyagarbha Samavartatagre Bhutasya Jata Patireka Asir Sadadhar Prativim Dhyamute Mam Kasme Devaya Havisha Videmam. Final arti again. Om Jai Ganesha Jai Ganesha Jai Ganesha Deva Mata Jaki Parvati Pita Mahadeva. Jai Ganesha Jai Ganesha Jai Ganesha Deva Mata Jaki Parvati Pita Mahadeva. Ekadant Dayavant Chara Bhujadari Mate Par Tilak Sohe Musiki Savari. Pan Chale Phool Chale Aur Chale Mela Ladhuvan ko bhog lage sant kare seva. Jai Ganesha Jai Ganesha Jai Ganesha Deva Mata Jaki Parvati Pita Mahadeva. Mata Jaki Parvati Pita Mahadeva. Mata Jaki Parvati Pita Mahadeva. Take some flowers now. We do final prarthana to Ganeshji. Om Gajananam Bhutaganadi Sevitam Kapitta Jambu Phalacharu Bhakshanam Umasutam Shoka Vinashakarakam Namami Viganeshwara Pada Pankajam. Viganeshwaraya Varadaya Surapriyaya Lambodharaya Sakalaya Jagattitaya Nagananaya Srutiyagya Vibhushataya Gauri Sutaya Gananatha Namo Namaste. Bol Shri Ganapati Bhagwan Ki Jai. Place your hands on the Kalash now. We perform Bhagwan Kalash Puja. Om Kalashasya Mukhe Vishnu Kante Rudra Samasrita Mule Tasya Sthite Brahma Madhye Matrikana Smrita Kukshotu Sagra Sarve Saptadvipa Vasundara Rigvedo Tayajurvedo Samavedo Yatarvana Angeshta Sahita Sarve Kalasham Tu Samasrita. Bow to it. Place your red thread. O Manastu Ketanaye Mano Ayasho Mano Gosho Mano Ashvishuri Rishaha Mano Virana Rudra Bhamino Hadishmantva Satva Mitva Havamahe Iti Mantrena Kalse Gome Sparisham Kuryat. Your Chandan. Om Dhanyamasi Dhinu Hidevan Pranayatva Dhanayatva Vyanayatva Dirgamano Prasitimai Shidham Devova Savita Hiranyapani Pratigribna Tvachidrena Panina Chakshushetva Mahina Payosi Iti Mantrena Dhanyarashi Kritava. Take some flowers in your left hand. We perform Archana, calling the various names of Varun. Om Vam Varnaya Namaha, Om Vam Prachetase Namaha, Om Vam Surupine Namaha, Om Vam Apampate Namaha, Om Vam Tirtharajaya Namaha, Om Vam Makarvahanaya Namaha, Om Vam Jaladipate Namaha, Om Vam Pashahastaya Namaha, Om Vam Anikarmani Bhushanaya Namaha. All of them now. Om Vam Varanaya Namaha, Nana Vimalapatra Pushpani Samarpayami Namaha Gum Agabati Vanasvati Rasodbhuto Gandhyadyo Gandottama Agrya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrhetam Om Vam Varanaya Namaha Dhupam Samarpayami Namaha Gum Arti Om Chandrama Manaso Jatas Chaksho Suryo Ajayata Mukadindrascha Agnischa Pranadvayurajayata Om Vam Varnaya Namaha Deepam Darshayami Namaha Kum. Your fruits. Om Sharakara Kandaka Dhyani Darikshira Gritani Cha Aharam Bhaksha Bhojam Cha Naivedyam Pratigreta Pranaya Swaha Apanaya Swaha Dhyanaya Swaha Udanaya Swaha Samanaya Swaha Om Vam Varnaya Namaha Naivedyam Samarpayami Namaha Kum. Your tambul, palm leaf with clove and elaichi. Om Pungipalam Mahadivyam Nagabali Eladichuna Sanyuktam Tambulam Pratigrahetam. Dakshna. Om Vam Varnaya Namaha Tirtam Samarpayami Tambulam Samarpayami Dakshinam Samarpayami Namaha Gum. And final arti. Yani Kani Chapapani Janamantar Kritani Cha Tani Sarvani Nashyantu Pradakshina Pare Pare. Om Vam Varnaya Namaha Deepa Jyotir Samarpayami Namaha Gum. Purushi Varun Bhagwan Ki Jai. We'll go up to the Nagraha Devata Murti on the altar now, and please leave everything here. We'll tell you which ones to bring, which taris to bring. Om Shri Navgraha Devataya Namaham. Our prayers to the Navgraha Devata. When the Navgraha move, they generate energies for us, and these energies, of course, can be good and not so good. So we pray that if there are any good energies, that we be blessed with these energies, and if there are negative energies, that through our prayers these be reduced. Om Srinograha Devatai Namah Agacha Bhagavan Deva Swastanam Parameshwara Yavat Pujam Karishyami Tavatam Sannidho Bhava Srinograha Devata Surya Chandrama Mangal Bhut Guru Shukra Shani Rahu Ketave Namaha Bol Srinograha Devata Ki Jai. Offer your flowers in the middle. Om Shri Suryaya Namah Om Shri Chandramaya Namah Shri Mangalaya Namah Buddhaya Namah Brihaspate Namah Shukraya Namah Sanishwaraya Namah Orahave Namah Shri Ketave Namaham Om Japa Kusam Samkasham
Kashapeyam Mahadutim More Sarvapapagnam Pranato Yasmi Divakaram Dadhishangatu Sharabham Shirodhanabasambhramam Vishashinam Shomam Sambhoramukut Bhushanam Dharni Garbhasambhutam Idhum Kanti Samaprabham Kaumaram Shaktihastam Mangalam Pranamamyaham Kalikasyamam Rupena Pratimam Budham Somaya Sonaganopetam Tam Budham Pranamamyaham Namcha Rishi Namcha Kanchan Sannibham Buddhiputram Telokesham Tam Namami Brahaspatim Himmakunna Mrilalabham Daityanam Paramam Gurum Sarvasastra Pavaktaram Bhargavam Pranamamyaham Samabhasam Raviputram Yamargajam Chayan Matram Sambhutam Tam Namami Sanischaram Himkayam Ahaviryam Chandraditya Vivardhanam Simhika Garbhasambhutam Tam Rahu Pranamamyaham Pushpa Sankasham Taraka Grahamastrakam Rodram Rodratmakam Ghoram Tam Ketu Pranamamyaham Devatai Surya Chandrama Mangala Bud Guru Shukra Shani Rahu Ketav Devaham
Om Srinograha Devataya Namah
Karnaga Dhyani Dadikshirangritani Cha Aharam Bhaksha Bhojam Cha Naivedhyam Pratigrihitam Swaha Apanaya Swaha Vyanaya Swaha Udanaya Swaha Samanaya Swaha Naivedhyami Namahagum
Om Srinograha Devataya Namah. Final prarthana.
Samaptam Hema Bhijam Vibhavaso Ananta Punya Paladamata Shantim Prayakshame Hiranya Garbha Garbhastam Hema Bhijam Vibhavaso Ananta Punya Paladamata Shantim Prayakshame Dakshinam Samarpayami Namahagum
Om Brahma
Murari
Murari
Sripurantakari Bhamno Sasi Bhumi Suto Buddhascha Guru Shukra Shanirahu Ketava Sarve Graha Shanti Kara Bhavantu Radipora Kashta Shashidhara Sutum Buddhur Gurur Bhagyo Sojanandana Rahu Saketuscha Paranograha Kurvantu Va Purna Manoratam Sada Jai.
Everyone please take some flowers in your hands. This is Shodash means 16, Matri means mothers. These are the 16 forms of Ma that we offer our prarthana to. Om Agacha Bhagavan Devi Swastanam Parameshwari Yavat Pujam Karishyami Tavatvam Sanido Bhava Om Shri Ganesha Gauri Padma Sachi Meda Savitri Vijaya Jaya Devasena Swadha Swaha Matara Lokamatara Dhriti Pushti Tushti Atmana Kuladevata Avahanam Samarpayami Namaha Gum Burshi Shorash Matri Ki Jai. Place in the middle of the flags. We'll perform Bhagwan Shri Krishna Puja in just 1 second. You have prasad? Okay, you can offer here. Om Sharkara Kandaka Dhyani Darikshirangitani Cha Aharam Bhaksha Bhojam Cha Naivedyam Pratigrihita Pranaya Swaha Apanaya Swaha Dhyanaya Swaha Udhanaya Swaha Samanaya Swaha Naivedyam Samarpayami Namaha Gum. In just 1 second, I will call you up to perform Bhagwan Shri Krishna Puja. You can have a seat in the meanwhile. Please make sure that you have your prasad. If you don't already have it out, you can take it out now. Take some flowers in your hands first. We do some
Om. Take some flowers. We'll do some prarthana first. Om Krishnaya Vasudevaya Hare Paramatmane Parantakleshanasaya Shri Krishnaya Vayam Namaham Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsachanurmardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum Shri Krishnaya Namaha Avahayami Namaha Gum Asanam Samarpayami Namaha Gum.
Move your prasad just for a minute. Everyone will have the opportunity to perform Argabati and Diya Arti.
Dhupadipam samarpayami namahagam dhupamagrapayami namahagam vanaspati raso bhuto gandhadyo gandho uttamam agra sarvadevanam dhupoyam pratigrihitam Om sahasrashirasham devam vishwaksham vishwashambhuvam vishwam narayanam devam aksharam paramam padam vishwatah paramanityam vishwam narayanagum harim Vishwamevedam purushastadvishwamupajivate patim vishwasyatmeshwaragum shashvatagum shivamachyutam येन भाग्नेयं स्वत्मानं परायणं नारायण परो ज्योतिरात्मा नारायणः पर नारायण परो नारायण परो ध्याता ध्यानं नारायणः पर यच्च किञ्चित् जगत्सर्वं दृश्यते श्रूयतेऽपि वा अन्तर्बहिश्च तत्सर्वं नारायणस्थितः ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय दीपं समर्पयामि नमः गुं चन्द्रमा मनसो जातश्चक्षुः सूर्यो अजायत मुखादन्द्रश्चाग्निश्च प्राणाद्वायुरजायत दीपं समर्पयामि नमः गुं प्रसादने वेधयामि नमः गुं शर्कराखण्डकाद्यानि दधिक्षीराङ्कृतानि च आहारं भक्ष्यभोजं च नैवेद्यं प्रतिगृह्यतां प्राणाय स्वाहा अपानाय स्वाहा व्यानाय स्वाहा उदानाय स्वाहा समानाय स्वाहा नैवेदयामि नमः गुं करारविन्देन पदारविन्दं मुखारविन्दे विनये शयन्तं वतस्य पत्रस्य पुते शयानं बालमुकुन्द मनसा स्मरामि श्रीकृष्ण गोविन्द हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेव श्रीकृष्ण गोविन्द हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेव प्रसादने वेधयामि नमः गुं आचमन्यं समर्पयामि दक्षिणां समर्पयामि नमः गुं हिरण्यगर्भगर्भस्थं हेमबीजं विभावसो अनन्तपुण्यफलदामता शान्तिं प्रयच्छ मे भगवान की जय
Perform Havan when we're finished with this. If everyone else has more prasad, more fruits that you'd like to go and offer to the other deities, we can do that now as well. Pananji Bhuvanji will help you. भगवान् अग्नये नमः अग्नेनय सुपताराय अस्मान् विश्वानि देववयुनानि विद्वान् ययोजस्मज्होरानमेनो बहिष्ठां तेन मुक्तिं विदेम मुखं समस्तदेवानां कान्दवारण्यदाकं पूजितं सर्वयज्ञेषु अग्निं देवा नमोऽस्तु ते. Place some chandan in the corner. Om Mukham Samasta Devanam Kandhavaranyadaktam Pujitam Sarvyagyeshu Agnim Deva Namosate. Find the fire now. Om Udbuddha Swayagne Pratijagrihe Tumishta Purte Samsrijita Mayam Cha Asmin Saraste Adhyutarasmin Vishwe Devaya Jamanascha Sirata. Dropping ghee first. Om Prajapataye Swaha Iram Prajapataye Namah. Om Indraya Swaha Iram Indraya Namama. Om Agnaye Swaha Iram Agnaye Namama. Om Somaya Swaha Iram Somaya Namah. Om Bhu Swaha Iram Agnaye Namama. Om Bhuva Swaha Iram Vayave Namah. Om Swa Swaha Iram Suryaya Namah. Yata Bana Praharanam Kavacham Barakam Bhave Tatvevu Bhagatanam Shantir Bhavati Varika Shantirastu Pushirastu Tushirastu Vrittirastu Yat Papam Tat Pratihattamastu Vipare Chatushpare Sushantir Bhavatu. Om Gam Ganeshaya Vidmahe Vakratundaya Dhimahi Tanno Danti Prachodayat Swaha. Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat Swaha. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat Swaha. Shri Brahmadevaya Namah Swaha. Shri Ishtadevaya Namah Swaha. Shri Kuladevaya Namah Swaha. Shri Gramadevaya Namah Swaha. Shri Stanadevaya Namah Swaha. Shri Prithvi Mata Namah Swaha. Shri Kalashvarunaya Namah Swaha. Shri Kshetrapalaya Namah Swaha. Shri Vasubramdevaya Namah Swaha. Shri Shodash Matre Divye Namah Swaha. Shri Prithvi Mata Divye Namah Swaha. Shri Vasubramdevaya Namah Swaha. Om Shri Suryaya Namah Swaha. Chandramaya Namah Swaha. Mangalaya Namah Swaha. Buddhaya Namah Swaha. Shukraya Namah Swaha. Sanishwaraya Namah Swaha. Rahave Namah Swaha. Ketave Namah Swaha. Om Dashrataya Vidmahe Sita Vallabhaya Dhimahi Tanno Rama Prachodayat Swaha. Janakatmajaya Vidmahe Bhumi Putri Dhimahi Tanno Sita Prachodayat Swaha. Lakshmanaya Vidmahe Mahasheshaya Dhimahi Tanno Lakshmana Prachodayat Swaha. Om Anjaneyaya Vidmahe Vaयुputraya Dhimahi Tanno Hanumat Prachodayat Swaha. Om Mahagange Cha Vidmahe Bhagirathni Cha Dhimahi Tanno Gange Prachodayat Swaha. Om Mahadivye Cha Vidmahe Brahmapatni Cha Dhimahi Tanno Vani Prachodayat Swaha. Om Katyayanaaya Vidmahe Kanyakumari Dhimahi Tanno Durge Prachodayat Swaha. Shri Brahmadevaya Vidmahe Vishnupatni Cha Dhimahi Tanno Lakshmi Prachodayat Swaha. Shri Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat Swaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namah 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 Swaha. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat Swaha. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat Swaha. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat Swaha.
one of those? Yeah, take that one and you can't fit all, so just put some. Everyone else, let's please stand. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Sarvam Ve Punagam Sarvam Ve Punagam Sarvam Ve Punagam Swaha Sarvatirtha Samayuktam Sugandhim Nirmalam Jalam Achmita Maya Dattam Grahana Parameshwara. Place your hands over the fire 3 times. Shubham Bhavatu Kalyana Bhavatu Mangalam Bhavatu. Burshi Agni Bhagwan Ki Jai. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Govinda Madhava Gopala Keshava Govinda Madhava Gopala Keshava Jai Nanda Mukunda Radhe Govinda Radhe Gopala Govinda जय गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे गोविंद गोपाल जय गोविंद राधे गोपाल गोविंद गोविंद गोपाल गोविंद गोविंद गोपाल गोविंद गोविंद गोपाल राधे गोविंद गोविंद गोपाल राधे गोविंद गोपाल जय गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे गोविंद गोपाल जय गोविंद राधे गोपाल कृष्ण मन सुनना कृष्ण कृष्ण मन सुनना कृष्ण गोविंद गोविंद गोपाल राधे गोविंद गोविंद गोपाल राधे गोविंद गोपाल जय गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे गोविंद गोपाल जय गोविंद राधे गोपाल जय गोविंद राधे गोपाल जय गोविंद राधे गोपाल जय गणेश गणनाथ दयानिधि सकल विधान कर दूर हमारे मम वदन स्वीकार करो प्रभु शरण शरण हम आए तुम्हारे तिल गावे, केशव तिल तिल गावे। वृंदावन के कुंज गगन में सबको नाच नचाए, वृंदावन के कुंज गगन में सबको नाच नचाए, वो सबको नाच नचाए। श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भज रे हरि का प्यारा नाम है, श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भज ले हरि का प्यारा नाम है। यमुना किनारे धेनु चरावे, माधव मदन मुरारी, माधव मदन मुरारी। यमुना किनारे चरावे, माधव मदन मुरारी, माधव मदन मुरारी। मधुर मुरलिया जभी बजावे, हरले सुध बुध सारे, मधुर मुरलिया जभी बजावे, हरले सुध बुध सारे, ओ हरले सुध बुध सारे। श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजले हरि का प्यारा नाम है, श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजले हरि का प्यारा नाम है। गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है, नंदलाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है, गोपाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है, नंदलाला हरि का प्यारा नाम है। श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजले हरि का प्यारा नाम है, श्री राधे गोविंदा मन भजले हरि का प्यारा नाम है, मन भजले हरि का प्यारा नाम है, मन भजले हरि का प्यारा नाम है। कान्हैया कृष्ण कान्हैया, कान्हैया कृष्ण कान्हैया, चित चोरा कृष्ण कान्हैया। कान्हैया कृष्ण कान्हैया, कान्हैया कृष्ण कान्हैया, चित चोरा कृष्ण कान्हैया, चित चोरा कृष्ण कान्हैया। यशोदा की आँखों का तारा कन्हैया, ब्रिजवासियों का है प्यारा कन्हैया। यशोदा की आँखों का तारा कन्हैया, ब्रिजवासियों का है प्यारा कन्हैया। कान्हैया कृष्ण कान्हैया, कान्हैया कृष्ण कान्हैया, चोरा कृष्ण कान्हैया बाजैया बंसी बाजैया बाजैया बंसी बाजैया चित चोरा कृष्ण कान्हैया चित चोरा कृष्ण कान्हैया चित चोरा कृष्ण कान्हैया। सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई। दुर्योधन को मेवा त्यागो दुर्योधन को मेवा त्यागो साग बिगर कर खाई आई साग बिगर घर खाई आई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई। प्रेम के बस अर्जुन रथ हाको प्रेम के बस अर्जुन रथ हाको भूल गए चतुरारी आई भूल गए चतुरारी आई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे ऊंची प्रेम सगाई सबसे जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय केशव कलि बलहारी, जय केशव कलि बलहारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी। सुंदर कुंदन नयन विशाला, सुंदर कुंदन नयन विशाला, गले सोहे वैजयंती माला, गले सोहे वैजयंती माला, या छवि बलिहारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी। कब हो लूट लूट घर दिखायो, कब हो लूट लूट घर दिखायो, कब हो मधुमन रास रचायो, कब हो मधुमन रास रचायो, नाचत विपिन बिहारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय केशव कलि बलहारी, जय केशव कलि बलहारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी, जय माधव मदन मुरारी।
बोलो व्यास महाराज की। Everyone please stand. ॐ स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः, स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः, स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः, स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु। ॐ पया पृथगं पयोषधीशो, पयो दिव्यन्तरिक्षे पयोदाः, पयस्वती प्रदिशा सन्तु मह्यम्। ॐ विष्णोररातमसि विष्णोस्नप्त्रेष्ठो, विष्णोस्योरसि विष्णोद्रोऽवसि, वैष्णवसि विष्णवे तव। ॐ अग्निर्देवता वातो देवता, सूर्यो देवता चन्द्रमा देवता, वसवो देवता रुद्रदेवता, आदित्यदेवता मरुतो देवता, विश्वे दिवा देवता बृहस्पतिर्देवता, इन्द्रो देवता वर्णो देवता। ॐ द्यौः शान्तिरन्तरिक्षगं शान्ति, पृथिवी शान्तिराप शान्तिर्, औषधय शान्ति वनस्पते शान्ति, विश्वदेव शान्ति ब्रह्मा शान्ति, सर्वगं शान्ति शान्तिरेव शान्तिः सामा शान्तिरेधि सुशान्तिर्भवतु। ॐ आनो भद्रा कृतवो यन्तु विश्वतो दब्धासो अपरीतास उद्भिदः देवानो यथा सदमिद्वृदे असन्न प्रायुवो रक्षितारो दिवे दिवे देवानां भद्रा सुमतिरजूयतां देवानां रात्रिरभिनो निवर्ततां देवानां सख्यमुपसेदिम वयं देवा न आयुः प्रतिरन्तु जीवसे तान् पूर्वया निवदाहुमहे वयं भगं मित्रमदितिं दक्षमस्रदम् अर्यमनं वरुणं सोममश्विन सरस्वती नः सुभगामयस्करत् ॐ तन्नो वातो मयो भुवातु भेषजं तन्माता पृथिवी तत्पिता द्यौः तद्ग्रावान सोमसुतो मयो भुवस्तदश्विना शृणुतं धिष्णया युवम् ॐ व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो वै ब्रह्मनिधये व्यासाय नमो नमः ॐ चन्द्रमा मनसो जाता चक्षो सूर्यो अजायत मुखादिन्द्रश्च अग्निश्च प्राणाद्वायुरजायत यत्पुरुषं वदितो कतिदा व्यकल्पयन् मुखं किमस्य कौ बाहु का उरु पादा उच्यते ॐ तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् भक्त्या दीपं प्रयक्षामि देवालये पर्यन्तप त्राहि मां निर्यात् घोर्यात् दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दन दीपो मे हरतो पापं दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते ओ मल्यादिनी सुगन्धिनी मालित्यादिनि वै प्रभो मया ऋतानि पूजार्थं पुष्पाणि प्रतिगृहीताम् ॐ साजं च वर्तसंयुक्तं वहिना योजितं मया दीपं गृहाण देवेश त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहं दीपं दर्शयामि नमः गुं भक्त्या दीपं परक्षामि देवालयपर्यन्तप त्राहि मां निर्याद्घोर्यात् दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते ॐ व्यासाय विष्णुरूपाय व्यासरूपाय विष्णवे नमो ब्रह्मवे निधये व्यासाय नमो नमः बोलो व्यास महाराज की जय। Thank you everyone. Please be seated. Om Yani kani cha papani janmantara kritani cha. Everyone please stand. Tani sarvani nashyantu prarakshana pare pare. Our shrotas will perform arti now.
जय भागवत भगवान की है आरती पापियों को पाप से है तारती जय भागवत भगवान की है आरती पापियों को पाप से है
शयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गं लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिभिर्ध्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णु भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथं सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव। बोल श्री कृष्ण चंद्र भगवान की, उमापति महादेव की, सिया भज रामचंद्र की, सत्य सनातन धर्म की। सब कोई जय जय सीताराम। जय सीताराम everyone. Thank you. Please have a seat. Radhe Radhe. I think this should be a thing where we begin our Bhagavad Katha by saying Radhe Radhe. We say Jai Mata Di for our Navratri period, so why not be involved together in this spirit together? My humble Sitaram Pranam, Radhe Radhe to each and every one of you. Welcome to our second day's service of our Bhagavad Katha. Today we're blessed to have many people that have made this day possible. And it's my job to, of course, welcome you and tell you who has made this day possible, and also give you a little bit of knowledge, if I need to, about our Vyasji Pandit Hardat. I don't think I need to, so I generally skip over that part though. Does everyone know who Vyasji is? Okay. Vyasji, as we read in our prayers, is Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya. Vyasji is the great sage who the Pandits embody or try to be like as we read from the Bhagavad Katha. We are reading from the lips of Vyasji itself, and he is considered Vyasaya Vishnu Rupaya. He is considered Vishnu Bhagavan himself because of his knowledge, because of his importance. And so, of course, we're blessed to have Vyasji Pandit Hardat Ashwar here today. The people that have made this day possible are in a few parts. There's 3 in-person shrotas. We have Lochan and family. They're no strangers to me because this is my in-laws, my father-in-law Lochan and mother-in-law Yasodra, and their daughters, Cindy and Tisha. Thank you for sponsoring and being with us in puja today. We have Auntie Chandra on behalf of Ryan Sukhdeo, giving thanks to Bhagwan Shri Krishna for his countless blessings and guidance. Jai Shri Krishna. Thank you, Auntie Chandra, for being here. We have Omesh Siratan. Congratulations to our daughter, Lisa Geeta Siratan, for graduating with honors from high school and now proceeding her journey to university, majoring in mathematics and bachelor's of education. May Bhagwan Krishna continue to guide her through her studies. Thank you all for being here and for joining with us in puja so early as well. We have 4 virtual sponsors. The first is dedicated to the greatest dad and nana, the late Dharmacharya Beni Madho Rishi Mazir from Devika Mazir. Thank you for sponsoring, Devika, on behalf of your nana, your late nana. The second is Uncle Chabi Mukherjee. Auntie Chabi Mukherjee, sorry. Thank you for sponsoring, Auntie. The third we have is happy birthday greetings going out to a loving mom and grandmother, Eden, wishing you all the best, and may Mata Durga continue to bless you with good health and happiness. Best wishes from your children, Patricia and Paul, daughter-in-law Annie, your grandchildren Haley, Sarah, Pooja, and Avinash. We love you. Many happy returns. Happy birthday to you, grandmother Eden.
Our fourth virtual sponsor today is Deo Narayan Ramjivan, in memory of my Ma, Kemraji Ramjivan. September 22nd will make it 1 year since you left us. We miss you, Ma. You lived your life for your children. Your three teachings, Bhagavan, respect, and education, will always remain with us. May Lord Ram and Bhagavan Krishna bless your Atman. Thank you, Uncle Deo Ramjivan, for sponsoring for us on behalf of your late mother. We appreciate your sponsorship. Today we have our malas sponsored as well by Auntie Chandra. Thank you, Auntie Chandra, for sponsoring our malas to make our beautiful murtis even more beautiful. Bolo Vyas Maharaj ki! Thank you, everyone. We'll now pass it over to our Vyasji to take us straight into Katha.
प्रेम से बोलो श्री गणपति भगवान की जय। पवन सुत हनुमान की जय। सियावर रामचंद्र की जय। जगदम्बिका माता की जय। ओम नमः पार्वती पतये हर 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 महादेव। वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। सर्वमंगलमांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रः प्रचोदयात्। श्री राम राम रघुनंदन राम राम। श्री राम राम भरताग्रज राम राम। श्री राम राम रनकर्कश राम राम। श्री राम राम शरणं भव राम राम। अतुलित बलधामं हेमशैलाबदेहं धनुजवन कृशानुं ज्ञानिनामृगघन्यं सकलगुणनिधानं वानराणामधीशं रघुपतिप्रियभक्तं वातजातं नमामि। वंशी विभूषितकराननवनीरदाभात् पीताम्बरादरुणबिम्ब फलधरोष्ठात् पूर्णेन्दुसुन्दर मुखारविन्द्रनेत्र कृष्णात् पदं किमपि तत्त्वमहं न जाने। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा। गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। बोले गणपति भगवान की, उमापति महादेव की, पवन सुत हनुमान की, सियावर रामचंद्र की, जगदम्बिका माता की, श्री राधा कृष्ण भगवान की, गुरु महाराज की जय। जय जय श्री सीताराम, जय जय श्री राधेश्याम। नमः पार्वती पतये, हर 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 महादेव शंभो। श्री राधे राधे गोविंद, गोविंद राधे। श्री राधे राधे गोविंद, गोविंद राधे। गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे। गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे। Everybody will join in a beautiful Kirtan to Radha and Krishna. Shri Radhe Radhe Govind, Govind Radhe. Shri Radhe Radhe Govind,
गोविंद राधे
Shri Radhe Radhe Govind, Govind Radhe.
राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे
गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे।
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
ओ गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे।
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
श्री राधे राधे गोविंद, गोविंद राधे। श्री राधे राधे गोविंद, बढ़िया बोलो। ओ श्री राधे राधे गोविंद, गोविंद राधे।
राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे
गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे।
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
ओ गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे।
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
ओ राधे राधे गोविंद, गोविंद राधे।
राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे
गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे। गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे। गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे।
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
ओ गोविंद राधे, गोपाल राधे।
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
श्री राधे राधे गोविंद, गोविंद राधे। श्री राधे राधे गोविंद,
गोविंद
राधे गोपाल राधे
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
ओ गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
ओ श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे श्री राधे राधे गोविंद
गोविंद राधे
श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे
श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे
ओ श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे श्री राधे राधे गोविंद
गोविंद राधे
ओ गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
गोविंद
राधे
राधे गोपाल राधे
ओ गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
गोविंद राधे
राधे
गोपाल राधे
ओ गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
गोविंद राधे गोपाल राधे
श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद ओ श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे
राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे
श्री राधे राधे गोविंद
गोविंद राधे श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे
श्री राधे राधे
गोविंद गोविंद राधे श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे
राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे श्री राधे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे राधा साध्यं साधनं यस्य राधा मन्त्रो राधा मन्त्रधात्री च राधा सर्वं राधा जीवनं यस्य राधा 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 वाञ्छिकम् तस्य शेषम् राधा राधा वाञ्छिकम् तस्य शेषम् प्रेम से बोलो वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय जय श्री राधे स्ट्रेच अप द एंटेनास जय जय श्री राधे जय जय श्री राधे श्याम राधे 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 जपा करो कमान राधे 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 Radha Devi is the pathway or the doorway to Bhagwan Shri Krishna. She represents pure love. She represents divinity. आज हमारे भवानी शंकर मंदिर की ओर से मैं आपका शुभ स्वागत करता हूँ. I'd like to welcome all of you on behalf of Bhavani Shankar Mandir and on behalf of our Shrotas as well, online and in person. ये हमारा भागवत कथा की द्वितीय दिवस है. This is our second session of Srimad Bhagavad Katha. That is usually done for 7 sessions. The tradition for Bhagavad Katha is that it should be done for 7 sessions. That is how it was read originally, and that is how it is kept. For convenience, people do 3 and 5 and so. But the real nectar of Srimad Bhagvat Mahapuran Katha is only gained when it is done for 7 sessions. Then, last night what we did here was we heard about Dhundukari. We heard about Dhundukari and Gokarna. Can anyone tell me which was the one with the cow ears? Who Karna? Gokarna. And which was the wicked brother? Dhundukari. Dhundukari. Not a nice name to have. Don't name your child Dhundukari. Please. It's not a nice name at all. And we heard that when Bhagvat Katha was read for him for 7 days, he transferred from a bhoot, from a ghost, into an angel dressed very nicely and ready to go to Bhagwan. And what I said last night was that at the end of our Katha, guarantee is that all of us will be transformed from who we are into something else or someone better than we are today. How long we keep that transformation is a whole different thing. But you know what the good thing is? Anything external doesn't last for long, right? You put on a chandan on your forehead here, it gets wiped out very quickly. You put on makeup. I don't put on makeup, but I would assume it gets off. It only lasts for a day or so. And external things only last for a little time. But internally, whatever goes inside of you, and we'll hear today, what is it that we're drinking today? What is it that we're drinking today? We are drinking something very important. That is the nectar of the Lord. That will last forever. And it is our hope and prayer that you come, you listen, you partake, participate in this beautiful Bhagavatam meant for our upliftment. Sincere thanks to all the Shrotas. I know Pandit Suraj acknowledged all of them already, and I wouldn't like to duplicate that. But sincere gratitude to every one of you who sponsored. Our in-house Shrotas, they are no stranger to us. I'm so happy that Auntie Chandra, although there's been some difficulty in her life, you know, Uncle Puran, he's not well. She's kept her faith, she's kept her devotion. And today, on behalf of her son, Ryan, who started a new venture in his life, we give thanks to Bhagwanji. May Bhagwan bless his new venture and his whole family, all of them. And slowly we pray that Bhagwan bless Uncle Puran. You know, if he's in a temple, I always say this. He is always the first one to say, Jai Ho. He's always the one, his voice would come out and you would hear it like that. So I pray that he keeps improving in his health condition. Bhagwan Shri Krishna's blessings on him. I pray that Bhagwan bless my goddaughter Lisa, who is doing so well academically and going on to do big things in university now. God bless you. And mathematics is not anything to play with. It is challenging, you know, but for those who put their minds to it, it is very beautiful. Congratulations to the entire family, all of them. Bhagwan's blessings. And to Lochan and his family, I didn't hear what they're doing puja for, but I guess they're doing puja to give Bhagwan thanks for having a great son-in-law in their life. You know, because you can't have a finer guy than him. I don't mean his size. You can't have a finer son-in-law in their life, but I can make jokes with them. They're always very supportive to our cause here, and this evening they're here to give thanks and gratitude. And to all our online sponsors as well. I know so many people sponsored, but especially I want to say thanks to Devika and her family. They're here today. Her father passed away a few weeks ago. The great Dharmacharya, Pandit Misir, the late, who was a stalwart in the Hindu community. And today they are sponsoring this session. They're here today, but because of his death, they are not able to participate. They are here to ask Bhagwan to continue to guide his Atma, and may this Katha continue to elevate them as they live to bear his separation. He was a great man who was played key role in dharma and uplifting our dharma, very traditional. And today his families, his daughters here, son-in-law, grandkids are here to listen to Bhagavad Katha. And last night, as Bhagavad Katha elevated someone who did not have pure karma, can we imagine what Bhagavad Katha will do to his Atma? And to all of us who are conscious, who can hear this Katha, imagine what it will do to you. So Bhagavan bless his Atma. This evening we go straight into Srimad Bhagavad Katha. And last night we read the Bhagavad Mahatmya, which is the introduction. We talked about Bhakti, Gyan and Vairagya. Why was Bhakti youthful? I can't go on until you understand. Why was Bhakti youthful? She touched Vrindavan. She represents devotion. And who are her sons? Gyan is who? And Vairag is who? Dispassion. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants knowledge and dispassion. Everybody wants devotion. And how were they resuscitated? How were they rehabilitated? The two dying boys, the old ones, how were they given back life? What did Narad Muni do? Hello? What did Narad Muni do to make them young again? He read the Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Katha. They listened to it and they, come on, are you guys listening? I got to test you maybe every 2 lines I speak now. So that was read last night. Dundukari Gokarna was read last night. And now we go into the Srimad Bhagavatam. This is the first verse of the actual Bhagavad Mahapuran. So please clasp your hands. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Janmadhyasya yatonvayadiratataratas charthescha bhigyasparat tene brahma hridaya adikavaye muhyanti yatsurayah tejovari mridam yatha vinimayo Yatra trisargo mrisha dhamna svena sada nirasta kuhakam satyam param dhimahi satyam param dhimahi. Bole Sri Krishna Kanhaya Lal ki. The very first verse of the Bhagavatam, Vyasji bows to Bhagwan. The first word of the Bhagavatam is Janma. Janma means birth. This Bhagavatam is not for the human beings alone. This Bhagavatam is not for the souls, the Atmas. This Bhagavatam is for all who have taken birth. If you see an ant here today, this Bhagavatam will elevate its body. If there is a wandering energy here today, this Bhagavatam will elevate it. And for you who are conscious and awake, hopefully most of the Katha, this will of course elevate your life. The Bhagavatam is for Janma, Janma Dhasya. And Vyasji Maharaj bows, Dhamna Svena Sada Nirasta Kuhakam Satyam Param Dhimahi. He did not say Krishnam Param Dhimahi or Mohan Pradam Dhimahi or Madhava Param Dhimahi. He says Satyam Param Dhimahi. I bow to the highest God, which is called truth. What is that truth? Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. ईश्वर सत्य है, सत्य ही शिव है, शिव ही सुंदर है, Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Satyam Shivam Satyam Shivam Sundar. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. शिवजी भगवान सत्य है. He is Satyam. Narayan Bhagwan Vishnu is Satyam, Satyanarayana. A form of God may escape your mind, but the truth never does. Vyasji Bhagwan bows to the highest form of God, that is called truth itself. Now he goes on. He says, what is the Bhagavatam? Bhagvat Katha, by the way, is narrated in a certain way. You cannot go read, Krishna Leela unless you go through all the books. He says, what is the Bhagvat Katha? Nigama kalpataror galitam phalam shukhamukadamrita sanyutam pipata bhagavatam rasamalayam muhuraho rasika bhuvi bhavukaham. Nigama kalpataror galitam phalam shukhamukadamrita sanyutam. He says the Bhagavatam is like a fruit. A Bhagavatam is like the fruit. And pecking this fruit is a parrot. You may want to know what this parrot is doing here. Everybody see him? He came from Vrindavan. His name is Shukadev. Okay? You must not rub his tail, just rub his head, because he's going to react with you. His name is Shukadev. He is the parrot, and he's pecking on the mango. The Bhagavatam is considered the mango. The reciter of the Bhagavatam is a Shukadev Mahamuni. He is the parrot-mouthed sage. And back home, I remember, because I grew up in the villages, I think wherever you grew up, you'll know this. What is the sweetest mango you can ever eat? Board bite mango. I'm glad you said board bite and not board pecked mango. So we have a problem there. Board bite mango. The sweetest mango you can eat. The board bit it, and then afterwards, sweet mango. Very, very sweet. And it's pure too, because board naga juta, you can eat board juta. You don't get problem. So what happens? The Bhagavatam is so sweet. And pipata bhagavata rasamala yam muhuraho rasika bhuvi bhavaka. We are drinking the juice, the nectar-like juice of the Srimad Bhagavatam. That is what we are here for today. The Bhagavatam starts where the Mahabharata ends. The Mahabharata, let me refresh you a little bit where it ended. It ended where the Pandavas, of course, they won the battle. They won the battle. The 5 brothers, they won the battle. The Pandavas had a few sons. They were young. They were the only descendants of the throne. All 5 of them, they had 5 sons with Draupadi. And they were going to ascend to the throne eventually. But Ashwathama, who's Ashwathama? He's the son of Dronacharya, one of the gurus. He went in the night when the boys were sleeping. This is after the war. And he took his sword and he murdered all of the sleeping children, the boys. When this happens, Ashwathama, of course, assassinated Draupadi's son, and Arjuna caught him. But before that, Ashwathama sends a missile now to destroy the Pandavas themselves. And when the missile was coming, that was a missile that could not turn back. Arjuna spoke to Bhagavan Shri Krishna. Krishna Krishna Mahabhaga Bhaktanam Bhayam Kara Tvameko Dahyamananam Pavamargosi Samsrite Tvamadhya Purusa Sakshadishvara Prakrite Para Mayam Yudasyam Vichikyam Kaivalye Sthira Atmani. Arjuna clasped his hands. The missile was coming. Krishna Krishna Mahabhago Bhaktanam Bhayamkara. Krishna, I clasp my hands and I pray, you are the savior of your devotees. Please rescue us from this missile. Bhagavan Shri Krishna says, because of the source of this missile is coming from Ashwathama, it's called Brahmastra. It cannot turn back and nobody can turn it back. But you, Arjun, have the power to discharge a said missile from your quiver and you can counteract it. A beautiful lesson is given here in the initial stages of the Bhagavatam, that when problems are coming our way, in most cases we have the solution to our problems. We can either go in front of it and let it destroy us, we can counteract it, we can call upon God who will tell you that you have the solution to that problem. Ashwathama's missile was coming, Arjuna discharges. The both of them clashes and it was destroyed. Draupadi says, bring Ashwathama to me, he slaughtered my children. Arjuna holds him by the hair and brings him. And Arjuna says, you want me to kill him? Draupadi says, no. I have suffered enough for the loss of my children. One mother has suffered enough for the loss of her children. If Ashwathama dies now, another mother will suffer. This was Draupadi. Another mother will suffer. Free him and let him go. Let him repent and let me grieve. As he did this, what happens now? The story goes on. This is the end of the Mahabharata. Mahabharata is a beautiful literature. As Ashwathama went on now, Krishna Bhagwan finished his duty. He is now going to return to Dwarka. As he's going to return to Dwarka, the daughter-in-law of Arjuna, anybody know her name? The wife of Abhimanyu? Uttra. Uttra, who is the wife of Abhimanyu, Arjun's son Abhimanyu was killed in the battle. His wife, named Uttra, Abhimanyu was killed. Uttra was pregnant with the only heir now to the throne of the Pandavas. She goes and she holds on to Bhagwan Shri Krishna's feet as the Lord was leaving. Pahi pahi mahayogin deva deva jagatpatim nanyam twadbhayam pashye yatra mitryu parasparam abhidrabhi mamisha sharasta prapya sobhibho kamang dahatu mam natha mame garbho nipatyatam. Why did she go? You know the same Ashwathama who killed the boys and he was freed? He sent another missile now, and this was coming to hit the pregnant Uttra, who was bearing the only heir to the throne of the Pandavas. Imagine. She goes and held on to the feet of Shri Krishna. Pahi pahi mahayogin deva deva jagatpate. Protect me, O great yogi Krishna, protect me, Lord of the universe. I see no asylum other than you. We should not have any asylum or any other place to put our head other than his feet. And if we do, remember, this is Ramayana, Bhagavad, all of them said that. Anyone who put their life totally at God's feet, he will rescue them. Krishna Bhagavan, what did it said here? That Krishna Bhagavan went into the womb of Uttra. The Lord went into the womb of Uttra. You know, when we do a sanskar called Garbhadan sanskar, before a couple conceives, they sit and they pray, Garbhadan. They pray, oh Lord, come into the womb of the wife and protect, be the protecting garb so that nothing, no downfall may happen in that family. This is old tradition, right? People do Simantoyas or not Garbhadan. Bhagwan Sri Krishna came into the womb of Uttara, and as the missile came and hit the womb of Uttara, it rebounded, because nothing can destroy the Lord. The baby was saved. Krishna Bhagwan mounts on his chariot now and is going, but Ma Kunti comes now. Ma Kunti, who's Ma Kunti? Anybody? I'm going to ask you questions. You know Kunti? The mother of the Pandavas. How many Pandavas were there? 5 plus Karna, 6, technically. 5 plus Karna. Anyways, Krishna Bhagwan is going now. He saved the baby. Mata Kunti comes. This is a very popular shloka of the Bhagavad. Bipada santu na shashvatatra tatra jagat guru bhavato darshanam yasyad punar bhava darshanam janmeshwarye shrutashri biredhamana madah puman naivarhyatya bhitatum ve twamapi kanchana gocharam. She goes to Bhagwan Krishna, holds on to the feet of the Lord. Kunti was the Pua of Lord Krishna. Bhagwan Krishna says, Mata, Pua, what can I bless you with before I go? Bipada santu nashashvatatra. Bless me, my child. Bless me, O Lord Krishna, with lots of duk, 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 duk. What is the meaning of duk? Duk? Sorrows. Bless me, Bhagwan Krishna, with all the sorrows of the world. Bhagwan Shri Krishna says, why should I do that? He said, because in sorrows, my Lord, with sorrows we only remember you the most. Dukh mein sumiran sab kahe, sukh mein kare na koi, jo sukh mein sumiran kare, dukh kahe to hoy. Kabir Das tells us, Dukh mein sumiran sab kahe. When people are sad, they pray and they sing the Lord's name as though they want to see Him now. Sukh mein kare na koi. But in happiness, when people are happy, they enjoy themselves. Out and about when they are happy. They forget about God. God is doing His work, now let's do our work now. Jo sukh mein sumiran kahe. Kabir Das Ji says, can you believe what will happen when people are happy and they sing God's name? Dukh kahe to hoy. Where will sorrows come from? It's a beautiful doha or Kabir Das. Bhagwan Shri Krishna, of course, never blesses anyone with sadness in life. He always looks out for them. So what happens now? He goes back to Dwarka, and then Bhishma Pitamaha, who was lying on the bed of arrows, they went to him. And the Pandavas now went to him to see him off. He's waiting on the Uttarayan to go. Iti mati rupa kalpita trishamga bhagavati satpavakinga ve vibhuti. Iti mati rupa kalpita trishamga bhagavati sarvata punga ve vibhuti. Khasukamu pagate kvacheta haritum prakati mupe yadvita prabhaham. Iti mati rupakal pita vitrishna bhagavati sattva pungave vibhuhi. The Mahabharata continues. Krishna Bhagwan went back, but who was lying on the bed of arrows? Bhishma Pitamaha. He was shot by Arjun. It is mentioned in the Bhagavatam that every pore of his body there was an arrow through. And he was lying there. He could only give up his life when he wanted to. What was he waiting on? He was waiting on Uttarayan. He was shot since in December. He's waiting in mid-January when the sun goes northern direction. Why? Because Krishna says, those who leave this world in Uttarayan, this is Gita, they do not come back. They do not come back. What is Uttarayan? From January 14th to Guru Purnima, approximately July 14th. That is the word of the Gita. Who leaves do not come back. It doesn't mean you go to heaven. It doesn't mean you're not coming back. It's a good thing. He held his prana, and the Pandavas went to see him off, and he blessed all of them. The Pandavas asked him, what are you thinking about on your dying bed? Itim, this is a Sanskrit beautiful shloka. I have to teach the kids this one day. Itimati rupa kalpita vitrishna bhagavati satava pungave vibhuti. Now on the eve of my departure, Bhishma Pitama says, I offer my mind, which is free from all thirst. क्या है लिखा है भगवत गीता में? What is written in the Bhagavad Gita when a person is dying? Antakale chamameva smaran muktva kalevaram. You know this? Yaprayati samadbhavam yati natrasya sanshayah. Written in the Gita that when a person is dying, whatever they think about, that they will become. Antakal, your last moment. This is the word of Gita. Antakale chamameva, whatever is in your mind at the time of death. Antakale chamameva smaran muktva kalevaram. Whatever you think about will either give you muktva, mukti, or it will take you to the lower levels of life. Imagine that, your mind alone. Your mind alone is responsible for your salvation or your degeneration. Bhishma Pitama knows the scriptures, and he says that I cleanse my mind, which is free from all thirst of the worldly enjoyment, and I remember Krishna. Now people say, Pandit, that nice man, we got to enjoy our life good. And see when we're dead, you think about Krishna. Good luck. Good luck. Because if you enjoy yourself nice and you gather up everything, you sport nice, you enjoy yourself, when you're dying, what you think you're going to think of? Krishna, you wouldn't know who he is. You wouldn't know who he is. No, not a chance. Right? Bhishma Pitama says, I offer my mind to that Krishna, and may he take me to the beautiful abode of Paramdham. Krishna Bhagwan went, and so on. And when Krishna Bhagwan went to Dwarka, there was a beautiful reception for him. Bhishma Pitama went to the heavens. The Pandavas now, the 5 brothers, says, the battle is finished, we're getting old, let us retire. Who is going to born now? Parikshit. Remember that baby that Krishna saved? Angashta matram amalam spuratma maulimam apicha darshanam shyamam tadidvasa samachyatam. Parikshit is in the womb of his mother and he's about to come out. And what does Parikshit say in the womb of his mother? Parikshit say in the womb of his mother, Hare Prabhu. You know, when the Lord went in to save him, he clasped his hands. The Lord was, Bhagavad says, Angushta matra mamalam. The Lord was as big as a thumb. Angushta matra mamalam. He appeared as big as a thumb in the womb of Uttara and saved Parikshit. And the baby bowed to the Lord. The baby bowed to the Lord. How many times have we talked about prenatal sanskars? It is the most beautiful thing you can do for your children. And this doesn't start when conception happened. It starts way before conception. To ask the Lord, we're going to talk about that tonight with Kapil Bhagwan's avatar. But you will hear, and you have seen here, that when the Lord has blessed a child before they come into this world, they will face a lot of distractions. But when they have the guidance of the Lord, everything becomes beautiful. Raja Parikshit was born. And when he was born, what happens now? King Yudhishthira and all of them, they went back to heaven. They went, to the heavens. They give up. They went one by one. They fell one by one and they went. It's a beautiful long story. Arjuna fell first because it was said that he committed the most. He killed the most people in life. And one day I should read Mahabharata. Dharmaraj Yudhishthira, when he was going up the mountains, he went the last. And a dog accompanied him. And when he went to Dharmaraj, who is his father, you know what happened? Dharmaraj had to give him half the seat that he was sitting on. He was such a great soul. Parikshit is born now. Parikshit is born, and what happens? He starts to rule as a king. And one day he went out as a king. This is where the Bhagavatam, the juice really comes in. He went out as a king to do his duty. And he sat on his horse and he saw a man dressing as a Sudra doing something that was very hurtful. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Bolo Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate
Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Kastvam marchano loke baladham santyalan bali naratto vesi veshena natvat katyam bharjitam kastvam krishne gate duram saha gandhi vadhanvana socho shashochayan rahasi praharnanam vahardasi. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bolo, bolo, bolo. Om Namo Bhagavate
Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
O Tvamba Mridal Dhavalah Padaryeenya Padadharam Vriksha Rupena Kim Kaschit Devena Parikhetayam Najatu Pauravendranam Doradanda Paribhutyate Bhutale Nupayantasmin Pinate Praninam Shucha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bolo Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate. He is the only remaining descendant of the Pandavas. That means a lot. We have to care a lot about our ancestors. I tell you every day, maybe you have lived through that now, you don't care about that, but all the children who are here today, and I'm so glad to see so many young children here today. Let's give a big clap to all the children who are here today. Very, very, very big hand to them. It's important that you're here to listen to today's Katha because it is primarily for children. How important it is for you children, for all of us, when we do anything, for us to think first about our ancestors. How important it is, right? Because we all are working every day for a name for ourselves, so that our children will walk the path that we're walking, right? Parikshit is the only descendant of the Pandavas, and he has to deliver justice. He goes and he sees now, while he was going with his horse, he saw a man striking a bull. The bull had one leg. One leg the bull had standing, and he's striking the bull, and the bull is crying. Beside the bull was a beautiful, pure, white cow. So the bull had, how much leg the bull had? One leg, come on. And the beautiful cow beside the bull, what color was it? Spot white. Maharaj Parikshit, when he saw this, he took out his sword and he says, hey man, no animal in this world deserves to be treated like this. No animal. When I say especially cow, no animal needs or has a desire to be tortured. You know, animal care is important in our lives. You know, this country, by the way, animal get more care than people sometime. You know, did I tell you the story when I just come to Canada with a dog? I'll tell you back again. When I just came to this country, in Canada, that is, I came in June, so I started going driving school in the winter. And I was living in Scarborough. And I was going, you had to go do the writing part, you know, class thing, at Scarborough Town Center. And I was living at Eglinton and Markham. So what happened now, I go there, and to come out in the night now when school finished, winter, cold, me just come out the boat. So I get on my coat and thing, and I wait at the bus stop, you know, waiting at the bus stop for the bus to come. The cars are passed, and things like that, bus will come. And this Mercedes Benz pull up like this by. And he stopped at the car light, right there. And at the front seat of the Benz, nice Benz, was a dog. Front seat, the dog was watching in front. And the dog, right? And the dog turned and gave one look like this. And he turned back like this. It's like, you know what I said in his mind probably? Haha, buddy, you wish you were a dog. And the thing hit me, as the old people say, it hit me in my heart. Because there is this dog sitting in a Mercedes Benz, so warm, probably enjoying some nice soft music, you know, in the winter. And there I am, fresh off the boat in the winter, and I am enjoying the cold. Animals are treated with so much respect in this country. Back home, they are all over the place. Give them a little food and go straight and eat a little food, I'm happy. But we must never torture animals in our life. Maharaj Parikshit took out his sword, and he says, I'm going to chop this man's head off now. And he spoke to the cow. He says, who are you, O cow, standing like this with one foot, and you're not saying anything? And who is this white cow beside you? And the cow spoke, Etadva pandaveyanam yuktamata bhayam vacha yesham gunagano Krishna daityado bhagavan kritum navayam klesha bijani yatasyu purushor bhamah purushabah purusham tam vijanimo vyakya bhedamihi yataham. The cow replied, the bull replied, my name is Dharma. My name is Dharma, which means he's the personification of Dharma. Dharma was standing on one leg. Dharma says, it is reassuring to hear that you, O king, stand up for Dharma. You want to behead the person who's torturing me. The reason why I stand on one foot is that Dharma has 4 legs. Pragatachari par dharma ke kalimala ek pradhan Tulsidas ji. Now, Dharma has 4 legs. Satya, Daya, Tapa, Saucham. If anybody asks you what it means to practice a Hindu life, you tell them Satya, Daya, Tapa, Saucham. Truth, compassion, prayerfulness, and truthfulness. These are the 4 things required to be a Hindu. Satya, Daya, Tapa, Saucham, they are the foundation for Dharma. So truth alone was the foot that he was standing on. When truth alone stands, my friends, the entire universe can be sustained. And who is this white cow? This white cow is Mother Earth. We are both suffering at the hands of this man. Who is this man? Kali or Kaliyug. Raja Parikshit says, Kaliyug, I will chase you away from here. Go away. Or he said, where should I go, king? Where should I go? The king says, I'm going to tell you where to go. Tapa saucham edani dharma padasto satyam nirvattate daya. I'm going to send you away far. Go and live wherever they are the following. Wherever they are the following, go and live there. Where there's gambling, where there is intoxication, where there is lust, and where there are shambles. Kaliyug, you go and you live there. Kaliyug said, wait, say again. Where there is gambling, where there is intoxication, where there is lust, where there are shambles, you go there. Right? You go there and you live. Kaliyug says, I need more places. That's not enough. That's not enough for me to live. He said, okay, go and live where the richness of gold and diamond resides. Kaliyug said, thank you, I will go and live there. Kaliyug disappears. Where is he going to go live? Where there is gambling, intoxication, lust, and shambles problems. No? And in the deep core of wealth. Right? So what happens now? He was sent away. Maharaj Parikshit went home. Next day now, Maharaj Parikshit is going to the forest to hunt. Shri Krishna Govind Hare Murari He Nath Narayan Vasudeva. Shri Krishna Govind
Hare Murari He Nath Narayan Vasudeva.
Oh, Shri Krishna Govind Hare Murari He Nath Narayan Vasudeva. Shri Krishna Govind Hare Murari He Nath Narayan Vasudeva. Bolo Shri Krishna Govind Hare Murari He Nath Narayan Vasudeva. Shri Krishna
Govind Hare Murari
He Nath
Narayan Vasudeva.
Ekada धनुर्धाम्य विचरन् मृगयां वने मृगानुगत श्रान्ता श्रुतिधस्तातिशो भृशम् जलाशय मचक्षाण प्रविवेश तमाक्षमम् ददर्श मुनिमासीनां शान्तां मीलितलोचनम् गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो राधा रमण हरि गोविंद बोलो बोलो बोलो
गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो राधा रमण हरि गोविंद बोलो.
ओ जलाशयं मयक्षणा प्रविवेशा तमाक्षमम् ददर्श मुनिमासीनां शान्तिं मिलितलोचनम् गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो राधा रमण हरि गोविंद बोलो 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 बोलो
गोविंद बोलो हरि
गोपाल बोलो राधा रमण
हरि गोविंद बोलो.
अभूतपूर्वः सहसा श्रुतृङ्गभ्यामार्दितात्मना ब्राह्मणं प्रयत भूता ब्राह्मणा मत्सरो मन्युरेव च. श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा. श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा. ओ हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा. हे नाथ नारायण. There's a saying, never make an important decision if you're thirsty or if you're hungry. If you're thirsty or hungry, never ever make an important decision. If you're thirsty and hungry, fill your stomach first and then do that. Raja Parikshit went down to the forest. He did not have any food and water. He showed up at this, the ashram of Samik Rishi. Samik Rishi was in tapasya, deep. Raja Parikshit sat on his high horse with his crown and his everything on, and the Rishi did not open his eyes to greet him. Raja Parikshit considered this an insult. There was a dead snake next by. He picked up this dead snake with the arrow and he placed it on the neck of Samik Rishi. Dead snake. He was hungry and thirsty. You don't do anything when you're hungry and thirsty, unless you're able to control that. People who are fasting and so for long periods of time, that's why I always tell you, don't fast for one day. It's going to drive you crazy. Right? You know, for Navrat and so, before Navrat start, I just start fast like 3 days before. Because you want to make sure, you know, you get the rhythm going. So when the first day hit you, you're not going to come sit there and read your katha and you're angry at everybody. You're already fasting 3 days, your belly done, you know how belly bun already? You're okay, right? You set the stage before. Raja Parikshit, out of hunger and thirst, he couldn't think. He take the death snake, put it under Rishi. The Rishi, Samik Rishi, had a son by the name of Shringi Rishi. Shringi Rishi, by the way, was the one who did a yagya, a big yagya in the Ramayana. Which yagya is that? Yagya for Dashrath. When Raja Dashrath wanted to have children, Shringi Rishi was the one who came and did the yagya. Very powerful. When the boy heard that his father was dishonored with a dead snake around him, he cursed the king. He took some water in his hands and he cursed the king that 7 days from today, the deadliest of all snakes, Takshak, will come and bite you to death. Bite you to death. When Raja Parikshit went home and he heard of the curse, you know, he wondered, why did he curse me that I will die in 7 days? But when he took off his crown, and his crown was made of gold and diamonds, and he placed it down, he says, what a mistake I have made. What a mistake I have made. Why have I committed the sin of putting a death snake on Samik Rishi? Why did I dishonor a saintly man? You know what was in his crown? Where did he tell Kaliyug to go and live? In gold and diamonds. And his crown was filled with gold and diamonds. So this was the revenge of Kaliyug. Kaliyug is a dark age. This here is the darkest age. Kaliyuga kevala nam adhara. And the only thing that is going to save us from this dark age is the name of God. Don't mess with this age. But don't make mistake and say, man, a Kaljug. You know, when people do something wrong, I will blame Kaliyug, no? Or Kaljug, whatever we call it. All the wrong things that happen in life, you blame Kaliyug. Somebody has to take the blame about you. Something is going wrong in life, it's a Graha's problem, not your problem. So I blame Kaliyug, but we don't take responsibilities. Raja Parikshit, what is he going to do now? Raja Parikshit, he calls upon Shukadev Maharaj. He calls upon Shukadev Maharaj and he asks Shukadev, you know, when things happen, you call the priest. He calls upon Shukadev, and what Shukadev advised him? Shukadev advised him that you, Parikshit, you're going to make an asan and you're going to sit there. And for 7 days and 7 nights non-stop, without food, without water, you're going to sit there and listen to the teachings of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Because it is only the Bhagavatam that will help you not escape from the curse to die in 7 days. But when you die, you're going to attain mukti. None of us can escape. Escape? None of us can escape death. Death has no time that is going to announce and tell you this is going to come. It comes to the child, it comes to the grown-up, comes to the older people. It has no warning, but death is going to come to all of us. He calls, he makes the preparation, Shukadev Mahamuni comes. And Raja Parikshit now, he makes an oath that I am going to fast until I die. He sits, Shukadev sits down, the Bhagavatam now starts. He asks the first question to Shukadev Mahamuni. Mahamuni, the first question that I ask you is, Anatta paschami sadsiddhim yoginim paramam gurum purushasyeha yatakaryam vipramanasya sarvataha. What should be done by a man who is on the verge of death? A person who is dying, what should they do? Again, tell me, my Lord, what should be done by people in general? What should they hear? What should they repeat? What should they keep in their mind? What should they resort to? And what should they avoid in their life? Aren't these questions that we should know when we are very conscious? What we should avoid, what we should hear, what we should speak? But he asked them now, tell me, Maharaj, what happens? And now the questions are going to be answered. He continues. He said that a person at the time of death should only think of the Lord. A person when they are alive, what they should hear? They should only hear the good things of a human being. Every one of us here have thousands and thousands of good qualities. Thousands of good qualities. The thing as well, among those thousands of good qualities, we have a few bad ones. I have a few bad ones, and so do you. You may not want to accept it, but you do. Every one of us. What is surprising is that we only broadcast the not so nice qualities of somebody. You hear how they talk to me, you hear how they this. You have to let the person grow with their thousands of good qualities and not focus on their bad one. What should you hear when you're alive? You should listen to the glories of Bhagwan and listen to the good things of people's life. What should you speak when you're alive? Speak only words that are uplifting. Speak only words that are uplifting, O Maharaj Parikshit. Shukdev Mahamuni is counseling a dying man here. What should they keep in their mind? Mansa nirmal. Your mind should be pure at all times. And what should they avoid? They should avoid the distractions of the world. These are basic teachings, he says. Now, he says, the king asks, how is concentration practiced? And how is it that concentration or dhyanam can speedily remove the impurities of the mind? Shukadeva replied and said, this is counseling to a dying man. Having acquired steadfastness of a seat, control your breath, and having conquered attachment, subdue your senses with a fixed mind to the Lord, to the Lord, and to the Lord. You know, having a form of God is important. A lot of us like to pray in our mind. We don't know what that is. You know my style on that. But have the murti of the Lord and pray to the murti of the Lord. Well, the Katha goes on. I will now go to the Chatushloki of the Bhagavat. We have a lot of Gyanis listening to this Katha. So, Chatushloki are the 4 verses that form the Bhagavatam. Raja Parikshit says, tell me about the Chatushloki. The 4 verses, and this is a little bit philosophy, I'll just keep it very light. Chatushloki. Ahameva samevagre nanadyat sadastata param paschadaham yattecha yo vasishyet sosyaham ritirtayat pratiryete na pratiyeta chatmani tatyatatmano bhayam yata bhaso yatha tamaham yatha mahanti bhutani bhutesu chavacheshunuh pravishtan pravisthani tatha teshu nateshaham etavadeva jigyasam tattva jigyasunatmanah anvabhya tirake kyabhyam yatasyata sarvatah. These words came from the mouth of Bhagwan Brahma. We adore Krishna Bhagwan with them in our temple. This is the power of Bhagavatam. Brahma Bhagwan says, this is called a Chatushloki, the 4 shlokas that form the Bhagavat. The dying Parikshit is listening. Ahameva, before me, before creation, Vasameva grate. Before the creation of anything, it was I alone who existed, the Lord is saying. That is 1. Before the creation of anything, it is God alone who existed. 2. Sat, asat, truth and false. And beyond that, there was nothing that was different from me. Nothing that was different from me. Number 3. The world which is seen as the universe, this world is also me. You walk upon me, you stamp on me, this world is me. And 4, whatever remains after destruction is also me. These 4 shlokas, the philosophy tells us that these shlokas, 4 shlokas were used by Bhagwan Brahma to compose the Srimad Bhagvat Mahapuran. Now, Parikshit says, Prabhu, O sage, Shukadev Maharaj, I'd like to hear about the coming of Kapil Bhagwan. Bole Kapileshwar Bhagavan ki Jai. Kapil Bhagwan is one of the avatars of the Lord. And so today we talk about him a little bit, and we bring you this glory of Bhagavan Sri Kapil Dev, because a man is dying. Can I ask you a question? Who here is not dying? Every breath we take, every single breath we take, we are one breath closer to our pyre or our grave, however you chose to go. I hope is the pyre. Every breath we take, we are 1 second closer to our pyre, our last moment. Which means that all of us are dying in some way, and we are doing so quickly. The Bhagavatam is for the dying. But it is written here that while we are alive, as we prepare for this moment, Bhagavatam helps us to embrace death with grace, to embrace death with bravery, and to live life with a lot of joy and pride. And so, we're going to sing this Lord's Bhajans today. And what we're singing about wealth. We are living in this life and we are accumulating the greatest wealth that we think exists, which is material wealth. But the greatest wealth that exists in this world, Ram naam ke heere moti, main bikhrahu gali gali. Krishna naam ke heere moti, main bikhrahu gali gali. Le lo re koi sham ka pyara, shor machavu gali gali. Take the name and the name only of Bhagavan, and that is going to fill all the gaps in your life. Please enjoy this bhajan and let God alone be your source of help and wealth. राम नाम के हीरे मोती मैं बिखरा हूँ गली गली. कृष्ण नाम के हीरे मोती मैं बिखरा हूँ गली गली. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे. राम नाम के हीरे मोती मैं बिखरा हूँ गली गली. कृष्ण नाम के हीरे मोती मैं बिखरा हूँ गली गली. ले लो रे कोई राम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली. ले लो रे कोई शाम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली. बोलो राम बोलो राम बोलो राम राम राम. बोलो राम बोलो राम बोलो राम राम. राम नाम के हीरे मोती मैं बिखरा हूँ गली गली. कृष्ण नाम के हीरे मोती मैं बिखरा हूँ गली गली. ले लो रे कोई राम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली. ले लो रे कोई शाम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली. बोलो राम बोलो राम बोलो राम राम राम. बोलो राम बोलो राम बोलो राम राम. your hands, everyone. Shri Radhe. माया की दीवानों सुन लो, एक दिन ऐसा आएगा, धन दौलत और माल खजाना यही भरा रह जाए। बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम श्याम। ओ माया की दीवानों सुन लो, एक दिन ऐसा आएगा, धन दौलत और माल खजाना यही पड़ा रह जाएगा। सुंदर काया मिट्टी होगी, सुंदर काया मिट्टी होगी, चर्चा होगी गली गली। ले लो रे कोई राम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली। ले लो रे कोई शाम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली। बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम। बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम। श्री राम। करता तू मेरा मेरी, यह तो तेरा मकान नहीं। झूठे जन में बसा हुआ है, वह सच्चा इंसान नहीं। बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम श्याम। ओ क्यों करता तू मेरा मेरी, यह तो तेरा मकान नहीं। झूठे जल में बसा हुआ है, वो सच्चा इंसान नहीं। जग का मेला 2 दिन का है, जग का मेला 2 दिन का है, अंत में होगी चला चली। ले लो रे कोई राम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली। ले लो रे कोई शाम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली। बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम। बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम श्याम। राम नाम के हीरे मोती मैं बिखरा हूँ गली गली। कृष्ण नाम के हीरे मोती मैं बिखरा हूँ गली गली। ले लो रे कोई शाम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली। ले लो रे कोई शाम का प्याला, शोर मचाऊं गली गली। बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम। बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम। बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम। बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम। माया की दीवानों सुन लो, एक दिन ऐसा आएगा, धन दौलत और माल खजाना यही पड़ा रह जाएगा। माया की दीवानों सुन लो। When you listen to the madness of this world, when you live into the madness of this world, my friends, we become mad as well. But ek din aisa aayega, a day will come when everything that we have, you know this, will be gone. We will be gone and we left everything behind us. Now the Lord is going to take birth in the home of a beautiful couple. There was a sage by the name of Kardama Muni. This is one of my favorite stories of the Bhagavatam because it is not heard of a lot. It really has to do so much with family, with care and compassion. Kardama Maharaj ki jai, Kapil Bhagavan ki jai. There was a sage by the name of Kardama. He was pious, pure. And what happened? He did penance to Bhagavan. As he was doing penance to God, he had no desires in his heart. No desire at all. While he was doing that, Manu and Shatrupa, who according to our scripture were the first man and woman on this earth. Manu had two sons, Priyavrata and Uttanpad. And they piously rolled over the globe and so on. They were very good people. And his daughter was known as Devahuti. Devahuti means an offering from the Devatas. Devahuti. Beautiful. You don't hear those names these days, but they are so beautiful names. I hope that as we go forward, my friends, we try to keep the names of our children pure, standard, cultural. Even if the book name come to some kind of wati, at least you want to give us some kind of name that does not come by the book, give a Hindu name, something simple. But it must reflect your tradition, because we will listen in Bhagvat Katha another night how it's important to have a God name in the home. How important it is. Devahuti was the daughter of Manu. And now Kardama is doing penance, and the Lord saw his penance. He was single. And the Lord, of course, wanted to reward him. Having come to know what is in his mind, he is very pure. The Lord appeared and says to Kardama, Viditva tava chaityam me puraire samayojitat tadartamatma niyamestvam thevaham samarchitaham. Having come to know what is in your mind, Kardama, I will bless you with a beautiful wife. Now, what kind of story it is? If you have so much penance to God, so much prayers you have done to God, and God comes in front of you, you have asked God for nothing, the Lord is going to bless you with a wife, or if you're a female, with a husband, or whatever the case is, because people need different things in life. Now what happens? You haven't asked the Lord for anything. This is perhaps the best way to pray to Bhagwan, right? Because when we ask for so many things, we do not know what is best for us and what is not good for us. The Lord came and says, I will bless you with a beautiful girl in your life. Her name is Devahuti. She will bring forth, both of you will enjoy life in a blissful way. You will travel, you will have a child, and most of all, that child will be the Roshan. Remember? Mera naam karega Roshan. I'm looking around if anybody will dance. Jag mein mera Raj Dulara. Old Bharat Sahani, Ek Pul Do Mali. But now only people are dancing to it. Anyways, the Lord blesses Kardama that you will find such a beautiful wife. Devahuti was given to, was blessed. Our parents, we don't give our daughter as a gift to anyone. Our daughter is not a commodity. In Kanyadan, when we do Kanyadan now, the old time the Pandits used to say, the mother and father give away the bride. You ever heard that? They give away the bride. I don't blame them. They did well. But our daughters are no commodities, right? We are blessing their union with somebody else. That's why the parents stand at the back and bless their daughter. And what happens now? They bless Devahuti. Manu, the father, came and the father spoke to Kardama. Manu to Kardama. He says, Kardama, I bless you with my daughter. And she has all the great qualities. Do you accept her? Kardama says, who would not accept a girl with great qualities, right? Who would not accept a girl in honor with great qualities, who overshadows, as it were, by her artless splendor, very luster of her ornaments. When she walks with grace. When she talks with respect. Who would not, accept such a person in their life? When you're looking for someone, maybe grown-up people are here, you're looking and things like that. What are you looking for in a person? All these children will grow up one day. I talk to mine every day about this. What will you look for in a person? You are sanskari children. You're brought up in a home of sanskars. You follow the dharma, you come to temple, these children live here. This is what they do. And people think this is all they do, that they don't go to school. One day, and people, lady made me a puja, I said, Pandit, must send them children to school too now. I said, okay, I'm going to think about it. Right? Because they see them literally living here. You know, they think they're pretty bad kids. You know, they think that this is all they do. But we talk to them every day. You're sanskari children. You're born vegetarian. You're living a good life. You're respectful. You're healthy. You're good looking. One day, a day will come. Even today, me and Bhumika, we went to the gym. Bhumika was there. And, you know, he's starting to look good in physique. I said, one day, you know, a girl will come in your life. He said, Dad, what are you talking about? It's not going to happen. I said, no. One day, a girl is going to come in your life. Not now, but one day, a girl is going to come in your life. And you've got to know, you've got to have a good head to understand that this is not the only girl that will come in your life. Because that happens to boys. When a girl comes in their life, they think this is the only girl that can like them. They don't know who the girl daddy is, or Skanskar is, and whoever they is. But right away, they fall in love. Love at first sight. Right? We have to talk to our children about this. What is it that you want to see in a boy? What is it that you want your child to see in another person? What is it that they want to see? Is it good looks? Because as you know, that will go with age. Is it the straightness of the teeth? Because one day that will fall out. Is it the big hair, the nice trimmed hair? Because that one day they wouldn't have hair. What is it that they are looking for in a child? Right? In a person. Body relationships, when the body shrinks, that relationship shrinks too. But people, you know, I don't understand. We are looking for our soul mate, but yet we're not looking in the soul. We're looking in the wrong places, but we're looking for our soul mate. We have to create good qualities in our children, so that when we present them to somebody else, they are presented with a host of good qualities, education, background, knowledge, culture. And that person that you're presenting them to, they're not no donkey damn person. They understand their culture, and they multiply their culture, and they become blissful. Right? We have to do that every single day. Bring your children out to the temple, no matter how young they are and how runabout they are and how bad you think they are. Bring them out to the temple. Because something, as the dust is sprinkling every day, something will fall upon them and they will be aligned. But if you wait until they grow up and wait till they grow up and stop crying, by that time they would have seen the world, and these murtis would mean nothing to them. Bhajans will mean nothing to them, because they'll be involved in raps and disco and all these kind of things. Bring them out when they are young. Bhavani Shankar Mandir has been blessed for the past 16 years with children. We were blessed always with children and still are blessed with children. We raised them, they grew up, they are working, they got married, they are marrying, some of them are looking. That's a beautiful thing that we are very proud of. But give your children sanskars. Kardama says, who would not accept a girl like that? Both of them got married, Kardama and Devahuti. When they married, what happened? They were blessed by all the devatas. What happened? The Parikshitva bhuvo guptam patye yavan samstayam brahmarshayam mahayogi swashtamayana tharavatat. They traveled when they were married. They were sanskari people, not because you're church people, mandir people, you can't enjoy a little vacation. You go, you decently enjoy nature, you see the world, you see what is out there, you enjoy each other's company. Because one day you will grow old, and when everybody is gone, you have to stay together. And if you don't like the person you're living with or created beautiful moments with them, when you get old, you will fall apart. Because you wouldn't like the person you have grown with. Right? So I tell every one of them, love the person who you're living with. Love the person who you're living with, because this is not a nowadays only for the youth you're loving. That will change one day. They traveled. And they traveled and they traveled. What happens now? Kardama, after they lived a beautiful life, Kardama was he was a sage. And he says, Devahuti, you've never asked me for anything. Ask me for something, right? Imagine a wife asks a husband that, right? A husband asks a wife, ask me for something. I can't imagine what you ask for. Are bhai, what did Devahuti says? Swami, you know what I'm going to ask now, right? What do you call your husband? Everybody call your husband by their first name here? Anybody call your husband by their first name? When you call your husband by the first name, you're shortening their life. What is anger? Anyways, yeah, there's a song we used to sing here. When you call your husband by the first name, shorten your life. Since me give a katha at the temple here, me name A. Me name changed to A. A. You there? Frank for call your first name, so A. Very good. Kardama says, what do you want, Devahuti? I need to bless you with something. You have redeemed the promises you have made to me. Please feel free to grant me immunity from fear. Please take fear away from me so that I never become fearful in life. They were blessed. What happened? Kardama now, he leaves the world. He says, I'm going to leave the world, Devahuti, but in you, you're pregnant with a child. And this child is not any child. This child is the Lord himself, Bhagwan Vishnu, who's going to come and be born in your womb. His name will be Kapil. And Kapil Bhagwan will be the cause. You know, when we bring a child into this world, putra or putri, daughter or son, your purpose is to bring mukti, liberation to your parents. Liberation to your parents. This child will bring you liberation because I wouldn't be here. So he died and he went. And what happened? Avadayam sata proktim vaditrani ghana ghana gayanti tam samagandharva nyatyam vasoyato mudaha petu samano yasya deva khecharaira pavarjitam prasesta dushcham disha sarva ashwabhisa namanasi. Bole Kapil Bhagavan ki jai. Kapil Bhagwan was born from the womb of Devahuti. Devahuti loses her husband now. Kardama went away. Devahuti grows old. Kapil, the young son, now counsels, holds her mother's hands, no? Holds the mother's hands and starts to guide her in life. One day, the mother couldn't move, but Kapil did not leave his mother. Kapil Bhagwan says, if I leave my mother, what will the world say of good children? And so what he did, she's on her last breath now on her dying bed, and she says, my son, you are Bhagwan, you are Putra. It means you are here to deliver me from this life. Give me mukti. Tell me, what is it, tell me, I have some questions for you. Then she starts to ask the son, Kapil Bhagwan, some questions. Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Govind Hare. Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Gopal Hare. Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Govind Hare. Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Gopal Hare. Govind Hare, Jai Jai Gopal Hare. Govind Hare, Jai Jai Gopal Hare. Om Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Govind Hare. Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Gopal Hare. Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Govind Hare. Narayan, Narayan, Jai Jai Gopal Hare. निर्विना नितरां भूमन् सत्यनिन्द्रातनाशनात् येन संभ्यावमानेन प्रपन्नाध्यां तमा प्रभो तस्य त्वं तमसोऽध्यस्य दुषारस्याध्यपारगम् सच्चक्षुर्जनमामन्ते लब्धं ते त्वद्भिन्नोऽभ्ययः गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो राधा रमण हरि गोविंद बोलो बोलो गोविंद बोलो हरि गोपाल बोलो राधा रमण हरि गोविंद हरे राधा रमण हरि गोविंद बोलो राधा रमण हरि गोविंद. The mother asked a son, a mother asked a child, let's forget about the gender for now. The mother asked the child to tell her he's the Lord, to tell her ways of life and to comfort her last moments. Tell her and about Ashtanga Yoga, the yoga of the 8 limbs. Kapil Bhagavan, the son says, Yoga adhityam pusham mato ni shesamate. Hey ma, I will tell you now about the great way of Ashtanga Yoga. That ma, this is very important for you to know. Cheta khalvashya bandhayam muktayo chatmano matam gunoshu saktam bandhaya ravam va pungsi muktaye. Mother, the mind alone, imagine a young boy holds the hand of the mother and says, Mother, the mind alone is held responsible for the bondage and the emancipation of the soul. The mind alone is responsible for the bondage and the emancipation of the soul. We talked about that earlier. The mind alone. Man hi devata, man hi Ishwar, man se bara na koi. Man hi devata, man hi Ishwar, man se थोड़ा मन दर्पण कहलाई, थोड़ा मन दर्पण कहलाई. बड़ी बुरी सारे कर्मों को देखे और दिखाए, थोड़ा मन दर्पण कहलाए, थोड़ा मन दर्पण. सुख की गलियां दुख के कांटे, मन सबका आधार. मन से कोई बात छुपे ना, मन की नैन हजार. जग से कोई भाग ले कोई, मन से भाग न पाए, थोड़ा मन दर्पण कहलाए, थोड़ा मन दर्पण कहलाए, थोड़ा मन दर्पण कहलाए, थोड़ा मन दर्पण. Ma, hold your mind together. That mind alone is responsible for the bondage and the salvation of a soul. Man hi devata, man hi Ishwar, man se bara. My friends, take this. Man mana bhav mad bhakto madhyaji mang namaskru. Take this here tonight. Your mind has to be so pure. Your mind has to be so pure, because this mind is going to lead you to salvation or detention on this earth. But the thing is, we neglect the mind so much because we cannot see it, we cannot feel it. We take care of the hand, you cream the hand and things like that, the face, the hair, whatever the body, because you can see and feel it, and that's fair. But how do you take care of the mind? How is it? Everybody say, I'm praying for my mind, from my mind, or I have a pure mind. We don't know what is pure and we don't know what is impure. This is the fact. We don't know real from unreal. Remember, Tulsidas ji did know the difference between a rope and a snake. That's Tulsidas. He did not know. How many people know the difference between real jewelry and fake jewelry when they are really presented nice in front? We don't know, right? But yet we say, our mind is pure. Mind alone is responsible for the bondage and emancipation of the soul. To the Supreme Person, it brings liberation to the Atma. The saints tells us, Man mana bhavat bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru. Gita, mameshasi se pratyanje pratijani prayosame. When you bow to the Lord, give Him everything, but give Him your mind so that He may purify it. Purification of the mind has to do with who you associate with, what you hear, what you think, what you do. Being here, no matter how much you think it is sometimes laborious or whatever it is, painful, the 2 hours that you sit here, most of the time your mind is here. If you're home, probably you watch some TV, belly bun, you open the fridge there, you eat about 4 or 5 times done. Snacking and cholesterolizing and all the things that you do. Because you're there and your mind is saying, as I'm watching the movie, let me jam some can call or something. Understand? Your mind take you away. Your mind can liberate you from that if you're in the right environment. Of course, you're going just now for Bhajans, so don't worry. When the mind is purged of its mindness and becomes pure, it grows indifferent to the pleasure and pains, and it gets, it gets free. Pleasure and pain. There are people in life that do not know the difference between pleasure and pain because their mind is so stable. They understand that death will come one day. They understand that sickness will come one day. I know that one day I'm going to leave this place. I know that one day those who are closest to me will leave this place. I know that. If you know that already, why is it that it is such a shock when it happens? If I'm telling you right now, today I'm here, tomorrow I'm gone, that's a fact. When tomorrow I'm gone, if I'm gone, why is it going to be a shock? Because when we say the mind is pure, the mind is powerful, the mind is directed, it is not fully directed. Grief and cry, there's nothing wrong with that. Don't think it's bad. But don't impure your mind. Don't impure the mind. What happens, he says, when the mind is equipped with true knowledge and dispassion, Hema, the jiva, the individual soul, then perceives Bhagavan. For striving souls, there is no blissful road to God. The mother said, tell me about the blissful road to Bhagavan. He said, the blissful road to Bhagavan requires devotion. And Ma, the wise consider attachment as an unyielding fetter of the soul. The same, however, serves as an open door to liberation when it is directed towards the saints. This word called saint, संतन के संग लाग रे तेरी अच्छी बरी है संतन के संग लाग रे तेरी अच्छी बरी है अच्छी बरी है तेरी बिगड़ी पड़ी है अच्छी बरी है तेरी अरे आय तोरे तोर बहू बड़े भाग रे तेरी अच्छी बढ़ेगी संतन के संग लाग रे तेरी अच्छी बड़ी है कागज तो है हंस करेंगे कागज तो है हंस करेंगे हंस करेंगे भक्तों हंस करेंगे हंस करेंगे भक्तों हंस करेंगे मिट जाए बुर दाग रे तेरी अच्छी बनी है संतन के संग लाग रे तेरी अच्छी भरी है अच्छी बरी है तेरी बिगड़ी बनी है अच्छी बनी है तेरी बिगड़ी बनी है, संतन के संग लाग रे तेरी अच्छी बड़ी है, संतन के संग लाग रे है तेरी अच्छी बड़ी है. माँ, he says one of the things Kapil Bhagavan is telling his mother, that one of the things that help people to elevate in life and prepare for the moment is when they associate themselves with the sant, with the saint. The saint is who? Santan ke sangalad kare teri achhi bani hai. You may be looking around for someone wearing a robe, orange robe, a white robe, or whatever robe they wear these days, wrap up there, whatever it is. You think that they grow their beard and whatever it is, you think that is a saint. But sitting among you are good people with good qualities who are saints. You call upon them, they're there. You don't even call upon them, they're there. You think about them, they're there. They never speak bad of another person. They never think bad of another person. They never identify the bad qualities of another person. Let me ask you a question. If you have a bad quality, right? Whatever that is, you have a bad quality. What is my business? How is it my business? So I have to call you and say, you hear the man? He bad. Or he got bad. And what you end up in discussing the bad quality of a person. How is it benefiting any one of us? A saint would say that is their business. That is their quality. They have to pray, Bhagwan will guide them, and they will focus on their life. Santan ke sangalagre, Kapil Maharaj says, Kapil Bhagavan says, Prasanga majaranam pasham manakavayo viduhu sa eva sadhusho kuto moksha dwara papamritam. The saint is moksha dwara. Moksha dwara means the doorway to heaven. If you find a good person, it may be a priest, it may be a swami, it may be an ordinary person who have pure qualities, good qualities, hold on to them. Because they, according to Bhagavatam, are the moksha dwara. They are the ones who are going to take you to the doorway of heaven. Likewise, those who have negativities in life and you hold on to them, when they go down, you're going to go down with them as well. People ask me many times, do you hate anything? I says, I do. I don't like the word hate, because when you hate, you really, when you hate, like if I hate you, nothing is going to happen to you. You know that. I'm just going to entertain an energy in me that is very unpleasant. But often, Panditji, what do you hate? So let's say hate is something that I hate to be late. Totally. I hate to be late. I can't stand it when I'm late. I can't. If I'm late, it's usually because, it's not because somebody else, but because something that go good. Right? There was a time when I was younger, practicing Panditai, I used to be so early at people's home, I used to help them make parsad. Yeah. Pandit, you come up there and make parsad, no problem, I can help you. You go bathe me a ton parsad. Yeah, you go bathe me a ton parsad. Spread up them sheet, where's sheet there? Where your barton there? Me spread up everything. I used to be so early. Right? Me not do that no more. No. If you sheet not spread up, that's your problem. Me not spread sheet for you. A pandit should come in your house and sit down and do your puja. A pandit will be half hour late now. You mean I'm going to finish half hour late too? I said, no, buddy. Start time may be half hour late, but finish time going to remain the same. You understand? I cannot be paying for your indiscipline. Start time may be different, but the end time going to be the same. Weddings happen all the time. Pandit, Bharyat late, whatever it is, hour late sometimes. You know what I did for weddings sometimes? I said, when the Bharyat come, you call me. Me go to Tim Hortons, go sit down. Drink me coffee easy, then call and say, Bharyat come. I say, tell the Bharyat, let you wait. 1 hour after, we come Pandit. So our wedding got done late. No. Wedding got done the same time. Wedding got done, you don't worry about that. I'm going to take charge of that. You have to understand Pandits have work to do. We have to be disciplined. I totally hate to be late. I can't stand it. If I'm late, I feel totally bad about it. Very apologetic about it. I also hate when people keep me waiting. But that's another thing. Third thing I hate, with a fury, I can't stand this thing called gossip. You understand? I can't stand this thing called gossip. I hate it with a passion because I don't understand in this intelligent age that we are living in, this elevated time that we are living in, why in the world are people gossiping? Why? I ask people all the time, man, talk something good now, Pandit, but if I'm going to talk about people, I'm going to talk about. Are you kidding me? I told you I'll go downstairs and sit on your table, eat Bhajan tonight, and talk about Kapil Bhagavan. Kapil Bhagavan, he was, he comforted his mother. He told his mother about the mind and the saints. Who will listen to that Bhagavan? Huh? Who will listen? I hate gossiping with a passion, and these people who are around me, they know that. If you gossip, you're gone. You're gone. It's a requirement in this temple. If you gossip, you're never going to be part of our team. I'm telling people that. If I catch you gossiping, if I even catch wind of you gossiping, you're gone. Because this is a Hindu temple. This is a Hindu temple where we are supposed to foster love. We're supposed to foster kindness. We're supposed to accept that people's abilities are not perfect. So let's help them elevate. Totally, I hate it. Kapil Bhagavan now is telling his mother about the saint. You know what is one of the qualities of a saint? They never, ever, ever gossip. It's your problem. You like to talk name, that's your problem. I'm living my life. But the minute you see somebody call your phone up and they start to talk trash about people, and you tell them you're talking to the wrong person, I don't gossip, they will never call you back. Which is great, because you don't have to answer phone calls. You're free of poison. You're free of their toxins. Live a pure, simple. What does saralta mean? Saralta means good. It means the way you speak. It means the way you think. Carry yourself. A saint is someone who does not even, interact with those things. Mother, hold on to such people who have simplicity in their life. What should I renounce, my son? Bhagwan Kapil, my son. So much tapasya Devahuti and Kardama did that God manifested in their home. Young children, please understand, one day you're going to get married. And the children that you're going to give birth to are going to be the results of your tapasya, your sadhana, or your non-tapasya or your non-sadhana. You will either get a devta in your home or you'll get a devil in your home. This is how we raise children. Children is not a biological process. Animals do that. Animals biologically engage and they bring puppies and nobody raised them up there smiling and make people happy. Right? They don't need care, but they make people happy. But people cannot make people happy. It's a bad thing that we are living among. Elevate, learn from the animals. So children, young people, do your sadhana, do your tapasya. If you don't know to pray, live a simple life, so that whoever you bring into this world, they will add value to your life. They will be a devta in your home, right? A devta in your home, not a devil. Mother, the young boy Kapil, Bhagwan Kapil, tells his mother, Ma, in this life, asevayam prakritem gunanam jnanena vairagya virjipitena yogena marya pitaya cha bhaktya mam prayadgatman heha varudhe. Bhagavatam is a Sanskrit book, so you can't get away from that. And you know, we have a lot of bright people watching, so they'll question me. Bhagwan Kapil says, you know, mother, that in this life we must rejoice the objects of the senses, renounce the object of the senses. Ram Bhagwan says, you know, in Ramayana, that bare bhagi manushtan pava surdulabh sabgantan gava sadanda mokshkar dwara paina jai paraloka savara. It is okay to use the senses to enjoy a little bit. You must taste little good things, you must hear little music and things, enjoy yourself. But the object of the senses should not be enjoyment. You understand? The object of the senses should not be to eat, you know, distasteful food all the time. Well, distasteful food is good for you, right? Like salad and things like that without dressing. But the object of the senses should not be to gratify the body. He says, give up, renounce the object of the senses, mother. And he talks about devotion. We're coming to the end. It's a Friday night. What kind of devotion is worth developing towards you, my son? And what are the type is fit to be practiced by me? The son says, motiveless devotion. Devanam gunalinganam. Devanam gunalinganam. Nushta vikram marnyanam. Sattva ekaika manaso vritti swabhaviki tusaha. Do your children speak to you like this? There is nothing wrong in asking your children, you know, for advice. I'm telling you, in front of my 3 children, I ask their advices very often. I ask them, what do you think? Sometimes without asking, they will give me their opinion respectfully and lovingly. Because I thought we have grown together long enough to know each other well, right? If I'm doing a katha, they will tell me, Dad, you know, the joke was nice. The other day, Vrinda, you know, she'd pull out 4 wisdom teeth. She said, Dad, I shouldn't have come today. I laughed so much, my gum was hurting me. I said, that's awesome. You laughed. And the days when she doesn't laugh, I'm concerned. Because, you know, I'm wondering if I did justice or not. Yet critique me in my katha. They tell me that song nice. The other day I talk about Ekadashi, remember? When Ram Bhagwan came and eat out the food and thing. They loved the katha. I said, that was a nice one. Your children should be able to critique you lovingly and give you advice lovingly. Right, children? Lovingly, we should tell our mom and dad, hey, mom and dad, you know, I know this has happened. I didn't feel right about it. Can we, you know, change that in any way? You can say it lovingly, give an advice. This is what Kapil Bhagwan is doing here. He's teaching every child how to be a good child. Mother, the devotion that you should have, motiveless devotion to me, the Lord, may be defined as the natural inclination towards the Lord. It means you're devoted to God. Naudha bhakti kaha toi pai sardham par, you know, Shivari Katha. Motiveless devotion. I am devoted to you, Mahadev, because I have no motives. I want nothing. Whatever you want to give me, you give me. If you don't give me anything at all, I am breathing. This is life. Motiveless devotion is what? Their devotion to me secures them a place in my subtle abode on this earth, though they never seek it. Their mind and sense fascinated by those forms with attractive limbs, captivating the playful gestures, glances accompanied with a smile and delightful speech. They no longer crave for wealth and enjoyments. When this happens, that is called motiveless devotion. And finally, my son, who should we depend on in this life? Question that all of you may want to ask. Who should I depend on? Something is coming up. Life is coming up. I'm getting old. Who should I depend on? This is the final shloka from me to you tonight. Who should I depend on? My son. The son is going to say, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate
Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo भगवते वासुदेवाय
ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय
ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय बोलो बोलो
ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय
नः न कहर्चितात् मलपरा शांति रूपे न रक्ष्यन्ति नो मे निमिषोलेति हति येषामहं प्रिय आत्मा सुतश्च सखा गुरुः सहृदय देवमृतिष्ठम् ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय बोलो ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते
वासुदेवाय
Who should I depend on, my son? The dying mother holds the son in the hand. What a blessing it is for a child to comfort a mother. And what a sin it is for a child to put a mother into sorrows. They who depend on me, Ma, Kapil Bhagwan answers, they who depend on me and me alone, to whom I am the only object. I am the only object, nobody else, of love. The very self, the son, the friend, the preceptor, the kith and the kin, the chosen deity, are never deprived of these enjoyments in Vaikuntha. Nor does my weapon in the shape of time ever devour them. The Lord, when you depend on someone in life, they will let you down. They may let you down, willfully or not. But when you depend on Bhagavan, the one, the only Lord, the Lord can be your son, your daughter, your friend, your preceptor. Na tato na mata na bandhur na data Bhavani Ashtakam na putro na putri na bhrityo na bharata na jaya na vitya na vrittir mameva gatistvam gatistvam Tvameka bhavani. Gatistvam, gatistvam. No mother, no father, no brother, no sister. Love them, care for them, but depend on God alone. Depend on me alone, Ma. Because those who totally depend on me, na karchitam shanti rupe na shantati. Those who totally depend on me, I never let them down. The Lord has never let anyone down. Question is, have we let down God? Have we let down God? The Lord has so much, confidence in us that He gave us the highest form of life. Let us have confidence in God and give Him back a gift of good thinking, pure karmas, good speech to others. This is our gift to God. Not our banana and apple alone. Not our flowers alone. Let our gift to God and to the world be our good things. When Kapil Bhagwan comforted his mother like this, he says, Mother, that bhakti yoge bahuvidhu, that involve yourself always in bhakti yoga. The mother listened to all of this, the depthness of yoga, and the mother closed her eyes. Bhagwan Kapil's hands was in her hand. And right away, Mother Devahuti, a son was responsible, or a son took the mother's atma to heaven. A child took the mother's atma to the heaven. All of you children here today, and those of you who are watching online as well, we have a tremendous online following. Please remember, before you speak to your parents, before you think of doing anything, think about them. Think about them before you make any decisions. Think about them. I've always shared with you, my mother died and my father died many years ago. They have not lived to see anything that I have accomplished in my little life, if I have. But even to today, I would do, if I would make a decision, I would think about them. Because when you think they're gone, they are your pitris. And the last thing you want to do is for your pitris to give you a dosha. And that comes on your head, you're done. Pitra dosha destroys you, right? Destroys you. I hope and pray that all the children here today leave as better children. You all are good, great children. I hope you leave more respectful. I hope you leave with a commitment to be supportive to your parents. Remember, you are responsible to make them happy, and you can as well make them very sad. Choose to make them happy. Choose to do that. They don't want anything from you. They're going to give you everything that you have. Our West Indian parents will do that. They will sell their houses. They will buy houses for them. But are we going to give them love in return? That is the only ask from our parents. I'd like to thank all of you for coming out tonight. And as I close this beautiful katha on this Friday night, I'd like to again acknowledge all those who sponsored. Akash will run them consecutively while we're doing prasad online. It means so much when a person sponsors. You're contributing to Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam, there is no other text on this planet. This is the form of Bhagwan, right? The form of the Lord. So when you sponsor a session, you're contributing to a really great cause. Please, all of you, sponsor a night. Or, if you don't want to sit and do puja and thing, which is not long, just go and sponsor a night dedicated to somebody, dedicated to your family or something, right? And let's make this a very beautiful, productive Bhagavatam. I know many of you have not sponsored it yet. Go on to bhavanishankarmandir.com and /Krishna and get your sponsors in. We are going to be here until Janmashtami. This is our 30th consecutive day in satsang. Every single day, late night, early days, we are here. And we hope you can continue. It's a beautiful attendance for Friday evening. Continue to come out and let's be part of the satsang. And we wrap up the katha on Wednesday night, and Krishna Janmashtami is Dhoom Dham on Thursday. God bless all of you, all our lovely sponsors online and here, who Pandit Suraj will acknowledge as well. He's doing a fine job. He's a tremendous support to our katha here and this temple, and an inspiration to a lot of young people. Thank you all the young people who came out today, and all the grown-ups as well, and the seniors as well. It is so nice to see all of you. Let us conclude with this bhajan. After it, we'll have prasadam. Bole Shri Krishna Kandhaya Lal ki jai. Savari surat pe mohan dil divana ho gaya. Savari surat pe mohan dil divana ho gaya. Savari surat pe mohan dil divana ho gaya. Savari surat pe mohan dil divana ho dil divana ho gaya. Dil divana ho gaya. Dil divana ho gaya. Radhe. सावरी सूरत पे मोहन दिल दीवाना हो गया. सावरी सूरत पे मोहन दिल दीवाना हो गया. राधे 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 Radhe 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 Radhe. Everybody. Oh Radhe 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 Radhe. Radhe 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 Oh Radhe 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 Oh Radhe 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 Oh Radhe 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 bolo Radhe 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 bolo Radhe Oh Radhe Radhe bolo Radhe 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 bolo Radhe Radhe Shyam Radhe 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 Hey Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Shyam
Bolo Vyas Maharaj ki. If you enjoyed the katha or learned something today, please give him a round of applause. Thank you, Vyasji, for beautiful second night katha. Again, I will acknowledge our sponsors because today is not possible for us to be here, sitting in this mandir and being able to enjoy our katha without them. Of course, our in-person sponsor, Lochan and family, Auntie Chandra, on behalf of Ryan Sukhdev, her son, and Omesh Siratan and family, on behalf of Lisa, who is, of course, doing very, very well. Thank you to all of you for sitting and performing puja today. It was a beautiful puja that we performed in order to be able to sponsor today. Virtually, we have 4 sponsors as well. We have dedicated to the late Dharmacharya Beni Madho Rishi Mazir from Devika Mazir. Thank you for sponsoring online. We have Chabi Mukherjee. Thank you for sponsoring online, Auntie. Happy birthday to Auntie Eden from your family, from your children Patricia and Paul, daughter-in-law Annie, Haley, Sarah, Pooja, and Avinash, your grandchildren. Thank you so much and happy birthday to you. Sponsored by Deo Narayan Ramjivan. Uncle Deo is a big supporter of our temple. He's also always sponsoring. And this is in memory of his mother, Kemraji Ramjivan. Thank you so much for sponsoring Uncle Deo. Our malas are sponsored today by Auntie Chandra, who also sat down for puja. Thank you, Auntie Chandra, for sponsoring. And of course, beautifying our already beautiful murtis, as we always say. We have no sponsors for Wednesday and Monday, I believe. So as Gurji said, if you're looking to contribute to our sponsorship and to sit down for puja and to give thanks to Bhagwan for any number of reasons, please reach out to us. You can go to our website online to sponsor then. Thank you everyone for being here. We have Bhajan served after, so please don't leave. First we'll perform our prasad offering. If anyone has prasad to offer, please make your way to the front. We'll have Bhajans and Kirtans in the meanwhile. And then we'll all stand for arti and Bhojan will be served after that. Thank you.
Nalini, good to see you. Please come and sing a bhajan for us. Everyone will offer the prasad here. We can have like 2 lines, so the volunteers will help with the bowls, and the pandijis will help as well.
का भेष बनाया, शाम चूड़ी बेचने आया। मणिहार का भेष बनाया, शाम चूड़ी बेचने आया। चलिया का भेष बनाया, शाम चूड़ी बेचने
श्री कृष्ण कहे, श्री कृष्ण कहे, गिरधारी सनर जन बचन हमारी, सनर जन बचन हमारी। श्री कृष्ण कहे, गिरधारी सनर जन बचन हमारी। रजन बचन हमारा सुना रजन यह नश्वर तंत्र नाही क्या सोच करे मन माही ब्रह्मानंद है रूप तुम्हारा ब्रह्मानंद है रूप तुम्हारा सुना रजन बचना हमारा सुना रजन श्री कृष्ण कहे श्री कृष्ण कहे गिरधारी सुना श्री कृष्ण श्री कृष्ण श्री कृष्ण श्री कृष्ण कहे श्री कृष्ण कहे गिरधारी सुना रजन बचना हमारे सुना रजन श्री कृष्ण श्री कृष्ण कहे श्री कृष्ण कहे गिरधारी सुना रजन बचना हमारे सुना रजन
Bolu Shri Krishna Chandra Bhagavan ki jai. Thank you everyone. Please let's now stand for Aarti. Om yani kani cha papani janmantar kritani cha tani sarvani nashyantu pradakshina pare pare.
पापियों को पाप से है आरती भागवत भगवान की है आरती पापियों को पाप से है आरती अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं हरे श्रीधरं माधवं वासुदेवं हरे हरे ज्योति जगाने वाला, नव ज्योति जगाने वाला, ये अमर ग्रंथ, ये मुक्ति पंथ, ये पंचम वेद निराला, नव ज्योति जगाने वाला, नव ज्योति जगाने वाला, हर ज्ञान ही हर ज्ञान ही, जग की मंगल की आरती, भागवत भगवान की है आरती, पापियों को पाप से है तारती, भागवत भगवान की है आरती, पापियों को पाप से है तारती, अच्युतं केशवं कृष्णदामोदरं हरे, श्रीधरं माधवं वासुदेवं हरे हरे। हे शांति दीप पावन पुनीत पापों को मिटाने वाला, हरि दर्श दिखाने वाला, हरि दर्श दिखाने वाला, ये शांति दीप पावन पुनीत पापों को मिटाने वाला, हरि दर्श दिखाने वाला, हरि दर्श दिखाने वाला, हे सुख करनी है दुख हरनी, ये मधुसूदन की आरती, भागवत भगवान की है आरती, पापियों को पाप से है तारती, भागवत भगवान की है आरती, पापियों को पाप से है तारती, अच्युतं केशवं कृष्णदामोदरं हरे, श्रीधरं माधवं वासुदेवं हरे हरे, वासुदेवं हरे हरे, वासुदेवं हरे हरे।
ॐ शान्ताकारं भुजगशयनं पद्मनाभं सुरेशं विश्वाधारं गगनसदृशं मेघवर्णं शुभाङ्गं लक्ष्मीकान्तं कमलनयनं योगिभिर्ध्यानगम्यं वन्दे विष्णु भवभयहरं सर्वलोकैकनाथं करारविन्दे न पदारविन्दं मुखारविन्दे विनिवेशयन्त्रं वतस्य पत्रस्य पुते शयानं बालमुकुन्द मनसा स्मरामि सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणी नमोऽस्तुते त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव विद्याद्रविणं त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव। We bow. गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुदेवो महेश्वरा गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। ॐ असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय। ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ। बोले मापति महादेव की, पवन सुत हनुमान की, सिया भज रामचंद्र की, श्री कृष्णचंद्र भगवान की, सत्य सनातन धर्म की। सबको जय जय सीताराम। राधे राधे। Thank you everyone. Please stay where you are for Aarti.
Prashad will be served at the door, and then please make your way down to the auditorium for bhojan.